What's up? Sorry, I was late. I'm so sorry. They hurt me. Oh, I'm not used to having to catch up on chat. What are y'all talking about? Oh, it would probably help if you could hear me too, huh? Random Baden facts. Michael Baden is 91 and LKB is 72. Why is there an echo? Oh, because I had my channel up. I'm sorry. I've been rushing around this morning. I don't know what's going on. Random Baden facts. Michael Baden is 91 and LKB is 72. They were married in 2000. I did not realize he was still alive. I don't know why. I just thought that he would be gone by now. 91's an impressive age. In 1999, Linda Kinney Baden suffered a rare complication where anesthesia entered her bloodstream and caused her heart to stop during ankle surgery. Whoa. That's crazy. I wanted to be a nurse anesthetist at one time. And then I found out that the malpractice insurance for that is like through the roof because so much can go wrong. And it's like not necessarily the anesthesiologist's fault. It's just, it's a very risky job. I was like, no. But they also make very, very, very good money. But, and your patient's asleep. So you don't, so you don't have a patient nagging you and on the call light all the time, right? I thought, perfect job. And then when I found out all that could go wrong, I was like, nope, I'm out. I'm not doing that. But wow. She was just having ankle surgery. Wow. That's unfreaking believable. During the 2007 Spector trial, so the one we're watching, Linda Kinney Baden suffered from reactive arthritis. This is something I've never heard of before. Reactive arthritis due to pneumonia. She was unable to participate in the 2009 trial. So, was she still sick? Is that why she couldn't participate? Like 2 years later, she was still sick? Reactive arthritis is joint pain and swelling triggered by an infection in another part of the body. Yeah, and I saw that earlier and I was like, new fear unlocked. I had two doctors when I was sick, when I had the immune system problems from the cancer. I had two different doctors tell me, two different hospitalizations, two different doctors told me I was the most unlucky person they had ever met in their life. So that's why I was like, new fear unlocked. Because I'm almost surprised that has not happened to me yet. I mean, it's not funny, but it's funny. Like, if y'all knew my medical history, you would understand. Oh, you guys are talking about Coburger. I know nothing. I know 4 students in Idaho were killed. I know that they arrested Brian Koberger for it. I know there was a knife sheath found at the scene that had his DNA on it. That is all I know. That's it. Because I wanted to go into that trial knowing nothing. That's all I know. I've avoided every commentator that did a thing on it. I've avoided every 48 hours, every 2020, everything. I've avoided everything. I know nothing. And now there's no trial. I am so ticked off. so ticked off. Yes, the names are back. It happened in the middle of a live stream. I was watching a Walt Disney World live stream last night, and in the middle of the stream, we talk like we're actually out at Disney on that stream. We were on Tiana's Bayou Adventure, which used to be Splash Mountain, and as soon as we got off of Tiana, the names changed. So we were like, it was Voodoo. It was Mama Odie. Mama Odie fixed all the names back. It was Voodoo. It was Hoodoo. The names are fixed. It was driving people crazy because I guess there are some people that have their like handle and their screen name are extremely different. Mine's the same. So everybody knows me. I'm Debbie F. Cook on both. But like it was really throwing, I guess, the channel owner off because like people that he knew, he didn't know anymore because the names were so different. And people are going, this is so and so because nobody knew who they were. I don't know why YouTube did that. It was weird. And I don't know why maybe because my channel's so small and it was like a beta testing kind of a thing that they didn't even bother with my channel. Because I know it was like that on Court Vibes and it was like that on the Disney Channel that I watch is Daily Fast Pass. Can the judge reject the plea? What keeps beeping? Or dinging? Or whatever. That maybe Judy was texting me, but that's not it. I cannot. Well, yeah, I can't believe because they know each other, right? AJ knows Turtle Boy. Well, let me see. If we do go to Orlando, which is doubtful now because of the storm. Oops, gotta silence my phone. There's a tropical storm coming, and it's supposed to. It's down like around South America. So imagine this is Florida here, South America. We live in the Big Bend. You know, like Florida's like it's like the handle of a frying pan. Well, why is that called the panhandle? Shouldn't the bottom part be I don't know. Anyway, I'm in a weird mood today, y'all. I don't know. Anyway, so the storm's like down here in South America. It's gonna curve up and go right across. We live okay, so Florida's here. There's a part in Florida where there's like a bend in it. That they call the Big Bend. I live in that Big Bend. And it's gonna curve from South America where it is now right across the whole state in that like Big Bend area up through the Panhandle and the southeastern states above Florida. So like South Florida doesn't look like it's gonna get it, but it's gonna be Central Florida, which includes Orlando, all the way up. So we were gonna go to a water park in Orlando, but yeah, Judy, life without parole is better than the chance of not guilty. 100% Jill. Sarah Boone regrets not taking that plea deal. I guarantee you. Because she wouldn't have been in there very long because with time served. That's like Sheila Keen Warren. I don't know. You guys saw my video on Sheila Keen Warren, the killer clown. She dressed up as a clown and shot her boyfriend's wife. Gosh, I don't even remember the years now. It was back in the 90s, I think. Or no, early 2000s. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. And she moved to Virginia with, she was married at the time too, but she got divorced, then moved to Virginia. And her new husband, who was the husband of the woman she killed, like they waited a period of time. They thought they were going to get away with this. They waited a period of time. She, she stayed married to her husband for a while. Then they got divorced. And then she married the guy. They moved to Virginia, opened up a restaurant in Tennessee because they lived like Virginia and Tennessee, like right over the state line. They opened a restaurant. And they finally caught her, brought her back to Florida. She finally did a plea deal, and she's out now. And she was in jail for maybe 5 years. Like, by the time they did the plea deal, she was out a year later because she got time served for the 4 years or whatever she was in leading up to the trial that never happened. And that's the same thing that would happen with Sarah Boone. She would have been out in a few years because of her time served. Oh my God. That's terrifying. I was so glad. I said when I was a nurse and I saw how these doctors did 24-hour shifts, I was like, if I had ever wanted to be a doctor, this would have changed my mind. I'm like, I cannot believe it. What? I'm so glad when they changed that. I was like, who can work with no sleep? That and it's not like it's the grocery store clerk, right? These are doctors that have people's lives in their hands. 24 hours shift? No, that's stupid. They're doctors, for God's sakes. I mean, come on. Hey, Jill. Hey, Wiggles. Hey, Judy. Because it's a little skinny part that holds the rest. Okay. All right. Well, that's a weird looking pan. If the peninsula's a pan, that's the weirdest looking pan I've ever seen. Oklahoma and Alaska have panhandles too? I didn't realize that. Cool. Who wants to die by firing squad? Seriously. I think it's inmate choice. Didn't someone just, well, not just, but like a couple years ago, I think I heard in the news that somebody asked to be executed by firing squad. Who does that? Seriously. You had your baby on Christmas Eve? That's cool. Well, probably not for him. There have been more recent ones? Wow. I can't imagine. Okay, now I got cool stuff to show you guys. Oh, Jill sent me a package. She got me a wand. This is Voldemort's wand. So be nice to me or I will curse you. Look at it, pretty. Look, 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 look. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. You know, Jill, that's kind of rude. My birthday's in January and I hate it. There's no money left. Now, he has to share his birthday with Jesus. That's not fair. You know I'm kidding. I have wanted a Honey Dukes candy jar for so long. Like, I seriously had decided I was going to bite the bullet and buy one of these. I opened this up yesterday and cried, y'all. I was so happy. Oh, so it's his fault. Okay, he was a week late. So blame it on him. If he ever complains that his birthday is on Christmas. I literally cried. I literally cried when I opened this. Judy. And she made soap. This is Moaning Myrtle. There's Ron. There's Hermione when she turned into a cat. There's Harry. Wait, what'd I do with Snape? Oh, he's over there. And a Harry Potter Lego set, which I will show you guys when it's done, when it's all put together. It was like Christmas yesterday. So much fun. Okay, so I think we're on part 5 of Baden. I think. If it looks familiar, we will move on to the next part, but I think we're on part 5. I don't know what Travis did. It's hot in here today. He's had freezing in this house for weeks, and now I'm hot. I love it. I love everything. Oh, and Travis comes home yesterday. I'm up in the bed with Legos, surrounded by Legos. He comes in, he looks, where did that come from? I didn't buy it, I promise. I didn't buy it. Jill sent it to me. Oh, okay.
Order, call 106. County session, the Honorable Larry Paul Fiddler, Judge presiding.
The defendant is present with his counsel. The district attorneys are present. The jurors and the alternates are not present. Yes.
There's an issue, concern, I think Mr. Dixon asked it concerning.
First swipe at it. I guess we're starting to take some witnesses here for the Sir rebuttal case and the like, and we just thought we should bring some issues to you that perhaps the court should consider.
Okay.
Leslie Abramson apparently is going to come and testify,
Okay.
and I think and you probably need to hear an offer from them. But it seems to me she's
Okay. StreamYard is being rude again. Can you hear me? Because it just muted me and I unmuted, but sometimes when I unmute, it doesn't unmute. Can you hear me? Okay, well, no one's telling me I'm muted, so I'm taking that as a yes. So, Sarah Kaplan did not want to testify. She fought tooth and nail not to testify, and it wasn't privileged. But now Leslie Abramson is going to testify, and it might be privileged? That doesn't make any sense. That's weird.
Don't know what she's going to testify to.
I think she's going to come in and testify that this current witness on the stand talked to her and told her all of his findings at the time that she represented the defendant. And they're going to discuss what those findings were. It seems to me that's privileged communications. If not, fine.
That's what I advised him of, that we may call her for that purpose to corroborate her, what Dr. Bond testified to yesterday. Just that it corroborated happened, that she was advised of the basic opinion regarding self-inflicted wound before Linda Kinney Bond became involved in the case, and talk about the timing and so forth. That's it.
That's it. That's very, 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 very limited area.
And I talked to Ms. Abramson last night. She said she would be willing, able, and would like to see the court again if necessary.
We're all friends. What? Okay.
Do you have any salutations you'd like us to contact?
Hello. Okay.
And again, we're not 100% certain, but we may do that. We advised him of that.
Okay.
All right.
And
So,
it's only on that limited area, nothing further.
well, it seems to me that that waives the privilege.
I'll have to look into it.
All right. Well, I just wanted to give the court a heads up. And then just generally speaking, it seems to me, and again, the court has the power, obviously, to control your courtroom and decide how much of the defense case in chief we're going to replay in the Sir rebuttal. But as I understand it, we're going to have Jennifer Hayes' pumpkin pie and the battle of the paramedics. Daniel Stark's going to return. Pardon? Oh, and Warner Spitz. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Warner Spitz, who just decided he had another epiphany in watching Dr. Bodden that, oh, yeah, he agrees with him, too. And there was apparently just not a complete but a partial transection of Miss Clarkson's spine, which we have no notice about until this moment. I guess everybody's watching court TV and changing their opinions as they do so.
That's not exactly correct. I talked to Mr. Ocampo this morning. I talked to Dr. Smits at 6 o'clock our time, 9 o'clock his time. I asked him whether that would explain the physical findings that he testified to in the lungs, the blood that was there, the blood in the sacs. He said that would be a perfectly reasonable explanation for.
That's probably why Fiddler didn't want the second trial televised. Because if the experts are just kicked back at home and watch court TV and they're like, oh, yeah, I agree with that expert after they've already testified, yeah, that would be bad.
That he previously testified about. He says it occurred, and that would explain how it would occur. He agreed with basically I relayed to him that Dr. Bodden had given that opinion. He said that would be a perfectly reasonable explanation, and that's a perfectly reasonable thing to have occurred. And I asked him if he was available to come and testify, and he said he would. He would, go back and look at the findings again. And I notified Mr. Ocampo that we intended to call him for that purpose.
So he was on the stand for, 2 or 3 days and didn't think of this before?
That's a matter of cross-examination and his credibility. It's not a matter of keeping him off the stand for that. I don't know. What's your basis for saying as to
Cumulative.
Dr. Spitz?
At this point, it's cumulative. I mean, this would be the fifth, if you count him twice, the fifth forensic pathologist, they call her, the fourth. I mean, at some point, are we going to put on 10 or 12 or 20?
I don't believe it's cumulative. It goes to a specific area. His credibility, just like Dr. Bodden's credibility, is available for the jury based upon the timing of the opinions and when this information came forth. Dr. Bod's issue is another because of the way it was handled, and I'll still have to wait and see where you're at before I determine what the appropriate remedy is. It's either going to be a very pinpoint, very specific instruction dealing with exactly what happened and how it happened and how the jury can consider it, or the other alternative is to strike that portion of his testimony. Those are the two options that I believe I have.
Maybe I should let Mr. Jackson deal with that because it certainly, that has an impact on his cross-examination.
All right?
It does. I was simply going to ask the court for some guidance.
All right.
I don't know what to do at this point, whether or not to, I don't want to cross him on this issue if, in fact, that testimony has the potential of being stricken.
It has a potential for being stricken depending upon whether it meets the final leg. I believe it's Lamb, which, by the way, I gave you the wrong citation. The opinion was modified, and the final opinion on modification is 136 Calap 4th 575.
That's the side we have.
Okay. So it depends, because before I even get to the consideration of whether that is appropriate, and there are certain pitfalls associated with that, but I'll deal with that. But I have to know what you've been prevented from doing, what efforts, have been undertaken. You have to convince me that you've been disadvantaged other than the way it came out. Because if you look at Lamb, it's basically I have to look at the least, if there are other less restrictive remedies, and it's a question of whether the pinpoint instruction, which I'm not so sure would be, if you will, a less restrictive sort of application, because it might be the way I'm envisioning it, I'm thinking about it, I'm playing it out in my mind. It all depends.
I guess that leaves me in the position to, I need to address it. I mean,
Well, one of the ways of addressing it, it seems to me, is Dr. Bodden will not be excused, and if you need to go back to that, depending upon where we end up after everything, you're done doing what you need to do and inquiring as you need to inquire and making a final offer of proof, then I'll decide how I want to proceed with it.
well, what I would suggest, or maybe the way that I will handle this is to inquire about the specifics concerning the whens and wheres, but not necessarily explore the medical finding, other than just to say that, okay, on direct examination you said this. And I'd like to explore the specific determinations of when this epiphany occurred, et cetera.
That's fine.
And what I don't want to have happen is for the redirect examination to be opened up. Okay, Mr. Jackson asked you about this finding. Let's talk about it at length and get back into the specific medical findings. If that's not what I'm crossing him on, the medical findings themselves, but rather the timing of when this came to the fore, I would ask that the redirect examination be limited. Otherwise, I'm being prejudiced just that much more.
Given the nature of the violation, I think I can handle that.
Thank you, Judge. And
Okay,
I
what
think
else?
I'm ready.
Just a couple things. Mr. Brunon has an interesting, but he'll be here. We did our homework last night and this morning. I think Mr. Brunon and he will handle the bulk of this argument on the discovery violation, so we'd like to be able to present our position on it, but we have to really get you to do that. Secondly,
You can present your position. The bottom line is the law is the law.
I understand, but we did do our homework last night. The court instructed us to go do some homework, and we did, and we've got some law that we'd like to provide to the court, and the court can consider it and rule as it feels fit. I want to address three witnesses that Mr. Dixon raised with the court this morning very briefly, and it only requires a very quick brush with them, and that is Pumpkin Pie, Jennifer Laughlin, Daniel Stark. And actually, I also informed him this morning that there's another potential witness. I'm sorry I don't know the witness's last name, but I did tell Mr. Dixon. Actually, I called last night late about 9:30 and left a message on his voicemail. It's the first I found out about it. Obviously, they are going to be called in Surrey level, and as far as Pumpkin Pie goes, Mr. Dixon chose to introduce a letter, a Christmas letter that Millie Hudson had received from Pumpkin Pie, and he spent, because I read Millie Hudson's testimony last night, he spent quite some time on direct and redirect, flushing out the one sentence that he liked very much about Miss Laughlin's opinion about Mr. Spector. So we're going to get into that and explain that on Mr. rebuttal, and I do believe that is proper. And secondly, we're also going to address the Michael Bay issue. When Mr. Bay was here, he clearly said he never saw Miss Clarkson at the party and never bumped into her, never said anything to her. Miss Laughlin is going to address that as she had previously, and that also dovetails into this other witness who, I'm sorry, I don't know the last name, but I did tell Mr. Dixon first thing this morning. I only learned about it this morning. The first name is Tanara, and I think it's spelled T-A-N-A-R-A. I don't even know the spelling on it. And I told him also that she was basically at the Jeff Franklin party, saw Lana Clarkson. Lana Clarkson came running over to her, quite stressed out, saying, "Where's Pie? Where's the Pie? I've got to speak to Pie." And pointed her in the direction of off she went. And also, I think it's up to the jury to decide how they balance that in terms of Mr. Bay. And finally, Daniel Stark, obviously, they put in the issue by calling Bruce Liverpool, and that's the only reason they called Bruce Liverpool, was to address the issue of whether or not Miss Clarkson was, in fact, under the influence. And I don't have to remind the court of
And he's already testified specifically that she was. So what is he going to add that's new?
We have a new issue, Your Honor, from the rebuttal. The rebuttal raised the issue that there was this speaker in the back of the ambulance, and that Mr. Stark never said anything to Mr. Liverpool when he came blaring over the speaker about the fact that she wasn't under the influence and how he should have done that as a paramedic and didn't do it. That's right in the transcript. I just read that last night, too. So Mr. Stark's going to come in and explain that.
Well, that's specific. You just got specific. You started out with the generality that Mr. Stark was going to testify without indicating what he was going to testify to.
I was going to get to that. That addresses those. And I told this to Mr. Dixon. I left messages last night when I heard about it. I was called by our investigator about 8:30, 8:45. As soon as I hung up with her, I called her. And I also indicated to him I expect that she will produce reports later today, and I promised him that I will provide this to him first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay. So is the prosecution seeking a ruling on these witnesses? Is that what you want?
At this time, probably not. We need to explore a little bit more. I mean, there's going to be, if Leslie Abramson is going to come in, I'm going to make a very, very specific discovery request concerning all communications between Ms. Abramson and this witness, all communications between Ms. Abramson and other counsel concerning this witness, all communications between Ms. Abramson and whoever may have impacted these conversations about Dr. Bodden. And I expect that will be received with a privileged objection, and we're going to have to litigate that. I think if Leslie Abramson gets on the stand and waives the privilege, Mr. Spector doesn't get to choose and pick under 356 what part of the privilege he likes to have waived that helps his case, and the part of the privilege versus the part of the privilege that he doesn't really want to have waived that may impact our case. That's going to be my position. So I think it's going to open up quite the Pandora's box if she's allowed to testify to this this issue that's come to the fore as of Sunday, apparently.
All right. Anything else?
I have nothing to report. I just responded to Mr. Dixon. I have no. That's all.
The court was, I assume the parties have a motion to quash a subpoena that was issued to Donna Clarkson. I'll put it on calendar Friday. I'm not taking any jury time to deal with it.
I haven't seen the motion yet.
Well, there's a motion. You issued a subpoena,
yes,
and there's a motion filed today's date to.
Okay, yeah. Brad, the root on is handling it, but okay, we don't get a
All right, let's bring out the jury and the alternates. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bodden, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
We left off yesterday with a discussion. We had moved from a discussion about the jacket belonging to Lana Clarkson, and there was some indication that you were having a hard time with the particular exhibit that I was using, seeing the buttons on that particular jacket. I just want to kind of cross that bridge and move on from it real quick. I've marked as People's 188. That's next in order. Another photograph. You know what, if you highlight the left portion of I think that may be okay. All right, can you see the jacket as it's displayed on this mannequin, Dr. Bodden, from where you're at?
May I ask you where that was taken?
I believe your folks took that at the evidence exam.
The evidence exam? Okay. I see that.
Does that look like Lana Clarkson's jacket, the black jacket that was placed on the mannequin?
Yeah, I was there. That was taken at the sheriff's office by the defense personnel.
Okay, and do you see what I'm highlighting right here on the photograph?
Yes.
That's been enlarged just a little bit, but what are those things?
Those are the buttons on the left side of the sleeve, yes.
Thank you. That's all, Sudi. Dr. Bodden, yesterday when we did leave off, I was talking to you about professional obligations of an expert, and I think you agreed with me yesterday afternoon that concerning an expert witness, objectivity and independence is obviously very important to maintain if you're an expert witness, to maintain the trust of the particular testimony that one is giving, correct?
Yes.
And you had indicated on direct examination that you do have a relationship with one of the defense attorneys in this case. As a matter of fact, some might even call her the lead defense attorney in this case, Ms. Linda Kinney Bodden, correct?
She is my wife, yes.
All right. Can you tell us, or tell the jurors in your words, how you define the phrase conflict of interest?
Objection.
Your Honor,
No.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I want to hear the objection.
No, objection. No foundation, speculative, and vague.
Overruled.
Your Honor, if I may, as a matter of housekeeping, the court was pretty clear when we began this trial that we wouldn't have multiple objections kind of flying at us from
Correct.
either
I
side of the
said,
table.
pick the attorney that you want to make the objections for any given witness. I have no problem. It's anyone you want, but not multiple. The same goes to the prosecution.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Can you go ahead and answer that question for us, Dr. Bodden?
I'll answer your question, yes.
Sure.
I consider conflict of interest a legal term and not a medical term, so I can't really define it, as you say, but if you're asking me about my wife being involved in the case.
I'm simply asking you, Dr. Bodden, about your definition of the general phrase, a conflict of interest,
I don't
as you know it.
have a definition for that.
Would you agree that it's any situation in which a professional's opinions are or can be influenced by personal interests? Would that be a phrase?
I think there's a conflict of interest between
Doctor,
lawyers
let me
and
finish
clients.
you have to let me finish my question,
He
sir.
hadn't finished his question.
I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Us talking over each other is
Yeah.
not going to do any good. Just let me finish my question.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Please, and I'll show you the same respect, sir. Would you agree that that is, in fact, a generalized definition of a conflict of interest? I'll repeat it, a situation in which a professional's opinions are influenced by his or her personal interests or her personal relationships.
I can't accept that because I'm often in situations where there are different interests between lawyers and clients. Those are built-in conflicts of interest. The lawyer's writing a book and making $4 million, and the client is, that may conflict with the client. So I can't answer that, but I do know that there are a lot of times that I'm involved with cases where attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, benefit from that relationship beyond the client's benefit. You'll be a judge sometime. Is that a conflict of interest?
You just said, your opinion is, in your mind, the question of conflict of interest arises, if I may, thank you, Lisa.
On the basis of, I'm sorry, excuse me, sorry.
If I may one day become a judge, that's your definition of a
My definition would be, not to get personal, but if you're promoted or become a judge or write a book about this trial, that's a conflict of interest. So I don't know where to move the line. It's all relative.
Would you agree that any professional's opinion, where there is a conflict between telling the truth, for instance, and personal interests, either personal interests from relationships or personal interests from financial interests, and those two things are at odds, that would be a definition of conflict of interest. Would you agree with that?
No, because I think a proper professional will give his or her opinion no matter which side it helps or hurts.
You state,
If I may finish, if it helps the defense or it hurts the defense, if it helps the prosecution or hurts the prosecution, is based on the professional's opinion, not even though it will help or hurt somebody. Every opinion we make in a criminal case or in a civil case hurts somebody and helps somebody. And that doesn't necessarily mean, in my mind, a conflict of interest, as long as the professional, as long as the forensic scientist says the truth.
But doctor,
as we see it.
the somebody that's hurt or helped is usually not your wife sitting 9 feet away at counsel table. Would you agree with that?
I am going to sustain the objection. That's appropriate argument.
The person that is normally helped or hindered is normally not your wife. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I think I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to ask him a very pointed, direct question, I'll allow you to do that.
You said that a conflict of interest is a legal term, not a medical term, correct?
Yes.
There are, in fact, you said you're a member of the American Medical Association, correct?
Yes.
There are AMA codes of ethics, are there not?
I'm sure there are. I'm not familiar with them.
You've been practicing medicine for some 47 years?
That's correct.
And you're not familiar with the American Medical Association Basic Code of Ethics, medical ethics?
Not specific.
Excuse me, objection. The form of the questions are
Not specifically, no.
So you would be unfamiliar with Code E-8.19 entitled Self-Treatment or Treatment of Immediate Family Members. You're not familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Are you familiar with the quote from the American Medical Association Code of Medical Ethics that basically states, physicians should generally not treat members of their immediate family because, quote, professional objectivity may be compromised and the physician's personal feelings may be unduly influenced by his or her professional medical judgment. Are you aware of that quote from the American Medical Association?
objection, relevancy, and materiality. This is dealing with treating a family member medically.
I recognize that there is some language, however, that might be germane to this, and that's up ultimately when all the testimony is finished for the jury to make a determination. But I believe there's enough to ask him the question.
Yeah.
You may.
Are you aware of that phraseology?
Then I'm guilty, mea culpa.
No,
because
Dr.
wait a
Bogdan,
second.
I asked you a
Can I
question, yes
finish?
or no. Are you aware?
May I finish my answer?
Stop just a second. Thank you. If you are objecting that the answer is not responsive, that's one thing, but I don't want to have talking over. Is that?
That's fine. I'll object. It's non-responsive.
All right, sustain. Ask the question again and see if you can answer it as directly as possible. You'll have a chance to explain.
Are you aware of that phraseology?
I'm aware of that concept, but that's a much violated concept. All doctors treat their family.
So if it's
I treat my family.
so if there's a violation of the American Medical Association Code of Ethics by others, you think it's okay for everyone?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I treat my children when they're sick, I treat my wife when they're sick as best as I can. And I don't feel any violation, and I feel more confident that I know a great deal about treating my family that other doctors don't know. And as far as I know, most doctors will treat their family.
And of course, Dr. Bodden, according to the American Medical Association, which is the governing body of the ethics guidelines of physicians in the United States.
No, it's not. No, it's
Excuse
not.
me. I'm not finished with my question.
Excuse me, you're making misstatements.
Well, doctor, if you want to argue.
Sorry. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead and finish your question.
Thank you. You're aware that the American Medical Association, the governing body of, at least for this code of ethics, for United States physicians, board-certified physicians and otherwise, frowns on any activity by a physician that could compromise the physician's compromise the physician's professional objectivity by invading the personal feelings and influencing his or her professional medical judgment. They frown on any activity that's like that. You agree with that, correct?
No, I don't. First of all, I don't agree that the AMA is the governing body. It's a union of physicians, and most physicians in the United States don't belong to it, as far as I have last seen.
But you do.
Hold on a second. Are you finished with your answer?
No, I'm not, sir.
Oh, go ahead.
Secondly, it doesn't frown on doctors treating their family medically for conditions that they think they can handle. I wouldn't operate on my wife, but I certainly would diagnose a strep throat on my wife and treated accordingly. There are different levels of treatment. So if you're saying that's 100%, I would disagree with that. But I think that if it's a very serious condition, then another doctor should be involved.
Why?
Wait, before you ask your next question, Mr. Rosen, you had an objection. Do you want to go forward with it? What would you like to do with it? You didn't tell me what the grounds were because they were still talking. Go ahead.
I think the horse is still in the barn, Your Honor.
So you're going to withdraw your objection?
The conflict of interest with medicine, like, yeah, if your dad, let's say, if your dad is a doctor and you have a cold or whatever, yeah, they're gonna give you medicine, right? They'll write you a prescription for an antibiotic, whatever. But like in a hospital, if you're hospitalized for something, they're not gonna let your dad be your doctor. Yeah, every doctor does treat their family. He's right about that. But the conflict of interest with the wife being on the defense team, that's a completely different type of conflict of interest. They don't equate to one another. Like, why, Judy? Are you okay?
All right. And the question now is why?
Correct.
I'm sorry, what's
Why?
the question? Why what?
Why would it be inappropriate for a physician to treat his or her immediate family member if it's a very serious condition, as opposed to just diagnosing a cold or a flu?
Because there are levels of competence of doctors. I'm competent to treat minor conditions of my family, but I'm not competent to treat major, period.
So you think that if there was that competent brain surgery, if the situation arose, would be perfect, it'd be perfectly valid for that competent brain surgeon to perform brain surgery on that competent brain surgeon's child?
If, depending on the circumstances, yes. There's circumstances where that would be appropriate.
And of course, you are a member of the AMA.
Yes.
And you know that the AMA would absolutely disagree with that position.
Way.
I don't.
There is no way they're gonna let a brain surgeon do surgery on their own child. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, I cannot believe he just said that. That is, oh my God. What hospital is gonna let a brain surgeon do brain surgery on their own child? That is ridiculous.
Know that at all.
All right.
It depends who else is available. A father who's a competent neurosurgeon is better able to operate on their child if there are only internists around. It depends who's available.
Well,
it would be better to have another competent neurosurgeon operate if that neurosurgeon were present.
Why?
Because there's less emotion involved.
Right.
And period, less emotion involved.
How does that play into a determination as to whether or not a competent brain surgeon should perform a medical procedure on his child?
Exactly. That's why I disagree with the AMA, that AMA reading that you gave to me. Under certain circumstances, especially if a husband and wife are getting divorced, it's not a good idea for the husband to operate on the wife.
So
it's very circumstance. It's very dependent on the circumstances.
So you do agree that emotions or personal feelings or personal interests can play a part in a conflict of interest, either medically or otherwise?
I don't know about the conflict of interest part. I told you, I don't know what that means. It can play a part in relationship. Yes, it can play a part of emotion.
And your testimony is that you don't know what the phrase conflict of interest means, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Doctor, do you have, well, in this particular case, let's come back to this case.
Yes.
You have a personal interest and a financial interest in the outcome of this case, do you not?
Yes.
I'm going to object. It's a compound question.
In this case, I think it needs to be broken down.
Thank you.
So break it down into two parts. Do you believe that you have a personal did you ask the question conflict?
Personal interest in the outcome of this case.
I have a personal interest relative to Mrs. Spector. I agreed some years ago to evaluate the forensic pathology on behalf of Mrs. Spector, and my My interest in this case is entirely related to Mr. Spector, not who the lawyers are.
Your interest in this case is in no way influenced, one way or the other, by the fact that your wife is one of the lead counsel for Mr. Spector.
No, it is not. I made all my findings, all my opinions, years before my wife got involved in this case.
Well, when did you write your report memorializing your opinions and your findings?
I memorialized it on Valentine's Day of 2007 when I was asked by Mr. Blazier to make a report.
February 14th, 2007, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any notes or documentation of your findings and conclusions that predate that memorialization?
Yeah, I have all my, stickies and all my highlightings of the material that I thought was pertinent.
Do you have handwritten notes of your findings that memorialize your findings and or conclusions that predate February 14th, 2007?
No.
So the first time you wrote anything down that would be turned over to the prosecution in the discovery process, the first time that you memorialized your conclusions and findings in written form that can be documented was well after your wife was already on this case, correct?
That's correct. My previous memorialization was orally to the various lawyers who were involved on behalf of Mrs. Spector.
And of course, you have a financial interest in this case as well, do you not?
I agree with you, Judy. When I went into the doctor's office today, I kept it together. I didn't get mad. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I didn't get bitchy. But I told the nurse, I said, I'm upset. And I told her everything that happened with the medicine screw up and everything. And then she said, next time when you call, ask to speak to me. And I said, oh, I can do that? She said, yes. You call, you ask to speak to Celeste, and I will take care of it. I was like, okay, thank you. So next time I know. But yeah, and that's what we were taught in nursing school. And I don't know if they don't teach that anymore. But back in the 90s, when I went to nursing school, we were taught that the patient is in charge of their own care. You don't have to do everything that the doctor tells you to do. And when the doctor that I went to before I went to my primary doctor today, the one they had me go to a couple weeks, 2-3 weeks ago, whatever that was, she didn't even give me a chance. She didn't ask any questions. She's like, well, you need to do this and this and this and this. She was like, boom, bam, out of the room. I'm like, what was that? You shouldn't have to just do whatever they say. That's not the point of a doctor. Your health care is your health care, not theirs. They're there to help you, not tell you what to do. So you're absolutely right, Judy. Absolutely, 100% right.
May I resume, Your Honor? Okay. Dr. Bodden, I was about to ask about or I think I did ask about your financial interest in this particular case. You have received certain remuneration in this case, correct?
Yes, I have.
I think you indicated yesterday that it was somewhere, under questioning by Mr. Plord, it was somewhere in the area of about $80,000, correct?
I don't think it was yesterday, but I had indicated about $80,000, and then I advised Mr. Plord in talking to my secretary that there was an additional $10,000 that was received in May relative to the 3 days I was here for the preliminary hearing. I'm not preliminary. A hearing in May that Judge Fiddler had ordered. And that was an additional $10,000.
And isn't it true, Dr. Bodden, that there is actually an outstanding balance of some additional monies that you have charged, you have yet to be paid on, correct?
No, there's no outstanding balance, but presumably I will submit a bill depending how long I'm here.
And what do you expect to submit that bill for, sir?
I don't know.
$2,000 a day, $3,000 a day, $5,000 a day for your testimony yesterday and today?
It isn't for my testimony, and since I'm here also, well, I'm here primarily from Mr. Spector, but I would be here anyway because of my wife's illness.
All I'm asking is, are you going to charge again?
I don't know, $10,000, $20,000 more perhaps.
Okay, so possibly a total of around $110,000 complete for your employment, we'll put it that way, for your employment as a consultant in this particular case, correct?
That's possible, yes.
And for that $110,000, I believe you testified yesterday, I may have shown this to you yesterday, you prepared a report, correct?
No, that's not for that report was part of a lot of things that I did, not just the report. I'm not charging $110,000 for a 3-page report.
And this is, in fact, you just answered my next question. This is a 3-page report, correct?
That's correct.
And actually with the headers and the signature line taken out, probably closer to about 2.5 pages, correct?
Whatever you say.
All right. And the fact of the matter is, according to your testimony, there is no more memorialization of your findings and conclusions than this 2.5 pages of double-spaced, typewritten documentation, correct?
That's not true.
You don't have any other notes or memorial?
If I may answer the question, I memorialized my findings and my opinions with ongoing, frequent conversations with the various attorneys that had been representing Mr. Spector, so that the attorneys at all times knew my opinions. And as I got more information, because I kept getting more information, and I was not asked to make a report, a written report, until February 14 of this year, and that was largely because most of the information had been received at that time.
Well, Dr. Bodden, you just said that you've been giving oral reports about your findings and conclusions dating back to when?
Dating back to February 4th, 2003, dating back to when I finished attending the autopsy.
And how many of these oral reports have you given to the defense attorneys over the years?
Dozens and dozens.
Did you write any of these down?
No, I was not asked to write anything down. I assume because the information was incomplete.
Did you give these oral reports to Mr. Shapiro?
Yes.
Did you give oral reports to Ms. Abramson?
Yes.
Did you give oral reports to Mr. Cutler?
Yes.
Did you give oral reports to Mr. Rosen?
Yes.
Did you give oral reports to Mr. Plord?
Yes.
Did you give oral reports to Mr. Brunon?
Yes.
Did you give oral reports to your wife?
At some point, yes.
When? Speaking about Linda Kinney Bodden.
Linda Kinney Bodden, when she was approached to, about a year and a half ago, when she was approached to become an attorney for Mr. Spector, she asked me what my opinion was of the charges against Mr. Spector, because she didn't want to get involved with something where defending a guilty person. I told
Objection.
her...
Objection, Your Honor.
sorry.
I move to strike that. Her comments are non-responsive to my question when he gave reports.
The objection is sustained. The question about her feelings about an innocent person are stricken. The jury will not consider them in any way.
I apologize.
All right, you may proceed.
And I told her, I advised her at that time, a year and a half ago, that on the basis of all the evidence that I had reviewed...
Objection. This is non-responsive. I asked when he gave an oral report to his wife.
The objection is sustained. The answer is stricken. We're just looking for a time frame.
About a year and a half, about April of 2006, somewhere around that time.
Yet the first time...
Maybe February, maybe March of 2006.
Yet notwithstanding your claim that you've been giving these oral reports about your findings for years, the only written documentation we have of your findings is dated February 14th, 2007. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I think I'd like to approach very briefly.
All right, you may approach.
With regard to your appearance here in the courtroom, there was never an option when you spoke with your wife about this case. And by the way, you've spoken to your wife about this case, obviously, innumerable times, correct?
Objection. Really no foundation
It's a little bit broad. If you want to tighten it up as far as timeframes, the objection will be sustained.
Sure. Over the years, since you've been on this case and your wife has been representing Mr. Spector as his counsel, and I think you said a year and a half, is actually back in 2005 when Miss Linda Kinney-Bodden was hired onto this case, correct?
Not that I'm...
I don't remember the
He
date.
said, I believe, March or April of '06.
I think, as I recall, March or April, about March maybe of '06.
Okay, let's take that time frame. During that time frame, since your wife has been representing Mr. Spector, how many conversations have you had with your wife concerning your potential testimony, your findings and conclusions?
Well, concerning my opinions in the matter, many times.
How many times? Give me an idea.
I don't have an idea.
I used the word innumerable, and that was objected to as vague. Would that be? Would you agree with that?
I didn't count them. If innumerable means uncounted.
Too many to count.
Not too many to count. We both have a different life also. But if you want dozens of times, I'd go with dozens.
And you've actually been on particular field trips in this particular case with your wife too, correct?
Yes, if the field trip to the sheriff's office, yes.
Mr. Plord asked you yesterday, he named off a list of people that went to the sheriff's crime lab to look at the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And he talked about several experts that were there and several attorneys that were there, correct?
Yes, that was about May of last year.
And in fact, let's have marked the people's next in order.
189.
189. One person he didn't mention was your wife, correct?
I don't recall that. Certainly my wife was there.
As a matter of fact, and if you take a look at people's 189, who's the person on the left? Hiding behind the map.
You are very accurate. The person on the right is my wife, and I guess that the chipmunk looks like me.
All right. Well, so better you than me. Okay, thank you, Sudi. The fact of the matter is, you and your wife were together at the evidence viewing, correct?
Yes, Mr. Jackson.
And you've been together on several occasions talking about this case and discussing this case, correct?
Yes.
And she was discussing this case in her capacity as Mr. Spector's representative.
Yes.
And all the while, you are supposed to, as an expert in the case, maintain neutrality, independence, and objectivity in your capacity as the expert, not the attorney, correct?
You may answer.
Yeah, I am supposed to keep my independence as a forensic pathologist, yes.
And in fact, you have when I asked you about your personal interest in this case, you have an additional personal interest other than simply your representation as an expert of Mr. Spector, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, you have an additional personal interest in watching your wife succeed in her endeavor in this case, correct?
Overruled. It goes to positive bias.
No, I think that the most important thing, the only interest I have is that Mr. Spector get a fair hearing based on the information available to me. I am not concerned about what happens to Mr. Rosen, Mr. Plord, or my wife, or Brad, as far as their future goes. That's not my concern. And I tell you, that's not my concern. I like them. They're very nice people. But they're not my concern at all.
And your wife falls in that.
And my wife falls in that category. We'll hopefully stay married and well married, regardless of the outcome.
And you said, Dr. Bodden, that your interest is in ensuring that Mr. Spector gets a fair trial, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Aren't you also supposed to be interested in making sure that the prosecution gets a fair trial also?
If he gets a fair trial, you've gotten a fair trial. Lana Clarkson has gotten a fair trial.
And isn't it a fact?
Am I finished?
Yes.
As long as the courtroom is fair, then everybody benefits from it.
And isn't it a fact, Dr. Bodden, that in your capacity as Linda Kinney-Bodden's husband, you have competing interests? Those interests, on the one hand, being simply to tell the truth as an independent, objective, unbiased expert, and the other interest to make sure that your wife has some level of success in this trial. Isn't that true?
No, and I'll tell you, Mr. Jackson, if you had called me or you come to New York or asked me when I was here, I would have told you over the years the exact same thing I was telling the defense attorneys. My opinion isn't cut to measure who's asking me the question. It's the opinion I have, and I would tell you the same opinion, Mr. Dixon, Mr. McKenzie, John Perkins, the same opinion, whether they agree with it or not. And if I may, because if I had an opinion that was contrary to the theory of the lawyers for Mr. Spector,
I get that. I understand why he's getting mad, but it's a valid point. And I think that either she shouldn't have taken the case or he should have backed out. I do understand why he's getting angry, because the implication is that he is lying, basically, to help his wife win a case. So I understand him getting insulted by this. But it is what it is. Like, that's the appearance, is that your wife's the defense attorney and you're testifying for the defense. Yeah, it is true that he was there first. So maybe she should have thought about it before she took the case. But yeah, it is insulting to him. I get it, but
I would assume they would take that into account in how to proceed. Maybe they'd want a plea bargain or something. So if I give them the wrong opinion, I'm hurting them.
Dr. Bodden, isn't it a fact that, I mean, that all sounds fine and good when your wife's not the lawyer, Dr. Bodden. What I'm asking is, isn't it true that...
It's sustained in the form of the question.
Isn't it true, Dr. Bodden, that if you testified to something, if you found something out, or you considered something that you, say, for instance, hadn't previously considered before, yes, and it weighed against Mr. Spector, yes, you'd probably be sleeping on the couch for several months, wouldn't you?
No, that
sustained, it calls for speculation.
See, Fiddler is so classy. It's like, sustain as to the form of the question. Sustain speculation. Bev would have gone, Mr. Jackson, you know better. No comments, please. She would have embarrassed him in front of the jury, or tried to embarrass him in front of the jury.
True, Dr. Bodden, that if you testified to something, if you found something out, or you considered something that you, say, for instance, hadn't previously considered before, yes, and it weighed against Mr. Spector, yes, you'd probably be sleeping on the couch for several months, wouldn't you?
No, that
sustained, it calls for speculation.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well done, Judge. The fact of the matter is if you said something in this trial, Dr. Bodden, you have a competing interest, that being with your testimony here in the court, and that being with your wife. And that competing interest means that if you said something that, for instance, hurt Mr. Spector's case, you would have to answer to a greater authority, that greater authority being your wife, correct?
Yeah, that's a good point. I think he's made his point, and I think he can stop now. Because it's starting to get a little much.
I'm alone. You may ask.
Yeah. Isn't that true?
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, the way it works with me or other experts, if I found things, you're absolutely right, that was contrary to the case that the lawyers for Mr. Spector are presenting, they wouldn't call me. They wouldn't call me. They wouldn't ask me questions. Most of the time, when I'm consulted by attorneys, they don't call me to testify because my theory doesn't mesh with their theory. So it isn't hiding it, it's just that they wouldn't call me to their part of the case.
Except, Dr. Bodden, in this case, your theory was created so that you could be called, so that it would help your wife. Isn't that true?
Objection created, vague and argumentative. Overruled. I'll allow it as
Isn't that
cross-examination.
No, it's not true.
All right. You've consulted with some of the other experts in this case, haven't you?
Spoke better than consulted. Yes, I spoke to other experts.
Dr. DeMaio?
Yes.
Dr. Spitz?
Yes.
Dr. Lietzma?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, with regard to Dr. Lietzma, you're the one that put the call out to Dr. Lietzma to see if he would testify in this case for the defense, correct?
No, that wasn't true.
So if Dr. Lietzma testified that the first phone call he got was from Dr. Michael
fine,
Bodden,
Judy.
was that another Dr. Michael Bodden, or was that you?
I don't believe I called him. I knew that he was going to be called. Somebody asked me if he was a good person, and I said he was a good person to call, but I don't believe I called him.
As a matter of fact, the person that asked you if he was a good expert was probably your wife, wasn't it?
No, my wife, I worked with Dr. Lietzma previously in matters.
Objection, not responsive.
He's trying to
No.
place it.
I simply asked who...
Yeah. No.
Wait a second. He's trying to place it. The objection is overruled. You may answer the question.
I believe it was Chris Plord who was involved with suggesting Dr. Lietzma, because he's been an expert for Dr. Chris Plord a number of times in the past.
And your wife didn't have anything to do with that decision.
I don't think so.
Linda Kinney Bodden was never going to be the person to take you on direct examination. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Why is that?
Well, because of the very things you bring up, because I was a witness in the case, when she was asked to come aboard by, I think, another attorney that you didn't mention, another attorney, I'll think of his name later, she consulted with Mr. Spector to make sure that he didn't have any objections, because the legal issue came up of conflict of interest, and made it clear that if she comes aboard, she would not be involved with preparing me or examining me as a witness because of potential conflicts in that regard.
Well, Dr. Bodden, didn't you just testify in front of this jury that you didn't know what the phrase conflict of interest meant?
I don't know. I'm telling you what my wife thought. My wife thought that, and that when I'm saying that's my understanding is conflict of interest has a specific legal definition, which we don't use in medicine so much.
Doctor, isn't a conflict of interest any interest that has a conflict?
No.
No. Okay. That wouldn't be your definition of it.
No.
Okay.
No.
Far too simple, correct?
Pardon me?
That's far too simple a definition.
Excuse me. Objection. He's got 3 questions pending, and there's also argument.
Okay, just go back. Phrase it into one question.
I'll move on, Judge.
All right.
The fact is, the reason that your wife would never stand up here and take you on examination is because that conflict of interest would be...
Someone like yourself would make it appear to be dirty. That's why. And therefore harm the client in front of a jury.
And in your opinion, there's nothing dirty about it, correct?
No.
All right. And in fact, instead of being here and asking you the questions herself from behind this lectern, she's simply working behind the scenes with Mr. Plord, correct?
No.
The objection is sustained. The answer is stricken.
Thank you.
With regard to the defense in this case and the other experts, I asked you if you had spoken to, or actually I used the word consulted with, you corrected me, you said you've spoken to several of the other experts, including Drs. DeMaio, Spitz, and Lietzma, correct?
Yes.
The expert, any expert in this case, whether for the prosecution, for the defense, either side, as you put it yesterday very eloquently, they are not supposed to have any interest in one side versus the other, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Overall fairness, objectivity, and independence is the hallmark of any of the experts, correct?
I don't mean by hallmark. That's part of being an expert.
But in this case, isn't it true, Dr. Bodden, that you have been orchestrating this defense expert testimony along with your wife from behind the scenes?
That is completely false, Mr. Jackson. Completely false.
Dr. DeMaio and Dr. Spitz's testimony was 100% completely independent of your testimony, or of your opinions and conclusions. Is that your testimony?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
Dr. DeMaio is an expert on gunshot. Dr. Spitz wrote the major book in the world on forensic pathology. I'm a schlemiel compared to them.
And you didn't.
They're the ones who are able to give opinions independent of me. They're not going to take my opinion. And Dr. Lee Smith also, the major book on neuropathology.
And you did not help coordinate. I'm just clearing this up. You didn't help coordinate or orchestrate or work with these other experts in defining how the expert testimony was going to sound.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Let's get to your...
We talked.
Go ahead.
We explored some things, but I didn't tell them what to do. I would be presumptuous to tell them what to say. What they said were their own opinions. Not they didn't pick experts that I could.
The latter portion is non-responsive. They didn't pick. Everything after that is stricken.
Sorry.
No, it's all
Thank
right.
you.
The rest will remain. The jury will disregard the stricken portion. Now you may go.
Thank you. Dr. Bodden, let's get to that testimony for just a second. Yesterday, I think you testified under questioning by Mr. Pord that your belief is, your opinion is, that Lana Clarkson's wound was self-inflicted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you the basis of that opinion, and you gave basically four general bases for that opinion, those being the fact that it was an intraoral gunshot wound, correct?
I did say that,
The
yes.
fact that there was GSR on her hands and not as much on his hands, and that
That
played
was
in
a
your-
factor, yes.
And the fact that there was blood and tissue on her and not so much on him, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that there was no scientific evidence to suggest that he was actually holding the gun, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Did you hear Dr. DeMaio's testimony in this case?
No, I did not.
All right. Did you hear him give the basis of his opinion that, number one, it was an intraoral gunshot wound, number two, that there was more GSR on her than him, number three, that there was blood and tissue on her that didn't appear on him, and number four, that there was no evidence that he was holding the gun? Did you hear that?
No, I did not.
Did you hear Dr. Spitz testify that the basis of his opinion that it was self-inflicted was, number one, it was an intraoral gunshot wound, number two, there was more GSR on her than on him, number three, there was tissue and blood on her that didn't appear on him, and number four, that there was no evidence that he was holding the gun? Did you hear that?
No, I did not.
Do they sound
May
familiar?
I finish?
Wait, hold it. Everybody, go ahead and finish your answer.
They sound pretty familiar, and that may be because that's what's obvious to an independent forensic pathologist. Those are important points that you raised.
Let's get to some of your specific findings yesterday based on your testimony. And by the way, your testimony, just so I'm clear before we move on to that, your testimony is that you did not in any way, shape, form, or fashion attempt or assist with Ms. Bodden or any of the other defense lawyers to orchestrate or coordinate, if maybe that's a better word, your testimony with the other independent experts.
Excuse me, objection. I asked to answer that 3 times.
Overruled. You may answer.
My opinion is that what your suggestion did not happen.
All right, and the three opinions, Dr. Bodden's opinion, Dr. Spitz's opinion, Dr. DeMaio's opinion, were all reached completely and 100% independent of one another, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
All right. Let's talk about the first point very briefly that you brought up, and I think you said this yesterday about intraoral gunshot wounds. You said that in your experience, although they are not as common, as a matter of fact, they're relatively uncommon, you have seen homicides that are in fact intraoral gunshot wounds, correct?
I think I saw one homicide.
Okay, so you agree that an intraoral gunshot wound can be inflicted by oneself, correct? An intraoral gunshot wound can be inflicted by oneself.
Of course, yes.
And it can also be inflicted at the hand of another human being, correct?
Not quite.
An intraoral gunshot wound cannot be inflicted by another person?
The one case I have is this person was held down by 3 other people in order to be able, you said one person, it has to be multiple persons holding somebody down to stick a gun into somebody's mouth is what my experience is with the one homicide in 20 years we had in New York City.
So your expert opinion, to a scientific degree of certainty, is that one human being wielding a gun against an unarmed human being cannot inflict an intraoral gunshot wound. Is that your
That's
testimony?
not what I said. That's not what I said.
Objection. Ms. Court's the witness, and it's also argument.
Well, no, it was vague. He's attempting, I think he just did clarify, but the question was appropriate, so the objection is overruled. You may finish your answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. My opinion is certainly one person can stick a gun in somebody else's mouth and kill him, but I've never seen it with one person because most people, if you're going to stick a gun in the mouth, they're going to close their mouth.
Unless they tell you not to.
But it does, yeah, you're right, but it can happen, but it doesn't happen.
It can't, wait, let me see if I understand. It can happen,
Right.
but it doesn't happen.
That's
so
correct.
if I understand that statement, you're saying that it's possible, but it's not common, correct?
I'm saying it's possible, but in my experience in thousands of homicides, it has never happened.
So is it your opinion as an expert forensic pathologist and a medical examiner, a former medical examiner, that in fact, if you have a gunshot wound that is intraoral in nature, okay, a gunshot wound that's intraoral in nature, the police and the coroner's office, the medical examiner's office need go no further. It's always going to be a self-inflicted wound. Close the case, shut the book, done. Is that your testimony?
That's not my testimony. My testimony is that the police and the medical examiners will not call it a homicide at the scene. They will do further investigations to see if there's something unusual about it. But as happened here, if there's an intraoral gunshot wound, even though the police called it a homicide at the scene, Dr. Pena didn't, because it's so unusual to have an intraoral. They need more information. And that's why 99% of homicides are called homicides right at the autopsy table. This one wasn't.
But you'll agree with me that just because something is an intraoral gunshot wound, that does not define it, doctor. It does not define it as a self-inflicted wound, correct?
Almost defines it, but within reasonable degree medical certainty is 95%. But it is possible to have a homicide with an intraoral discharge, but it's extremely rare.
And you said that there was no evidence of a struggle, correct?
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, yesterday you said that there were tiny little marks on one of the forearms, or a tiny mark on one of the forearms of the victim, correct?
Yes.
Can you point to the area of your arm where this tiny mark was?
I would have to see the photo. It's somewhere along the forearm, but I don't know. I can't just point to it without seeing the photograph.
You didn't review your documentation before you testified yesterday?
I did review things, but I don't remember everything.
Did you review your documentation before you testified today?
The forearm? No, I didn't review anything about a forearm today.
So you have no independent recollection as you sit there right now about the nature or the size or even the location of this tiny mark on the forearm that you testified to yesterday concerning Lana Clarkson, correct?
I think there was 2 or 3 small areas on the forearm that had nothing to do with a struggle, in my opinion.
All right.
So I didn't take measurements and all, but there are photographs of it.
Take a look at People's 47 and see if I can refresh your recollection just a little bit about the bruising on the arm. Do you see the area on Lana Clarkson's right wrist on the, I don't know, is that called the posterior or anterior? What is that?
That's the medial aspect, it
Okay.
looks like, of the wrist.
All right, so on the medial aspect of the wrist, do you see that bruise?
Yes.
And you remember that bruise being discussed in the autopsy report, correct?
I would have to review the autopsy report.
As a matter of fact, you were at the autopsy yourself, correct?
Yes.
Were you taking any notes at the autopsy?
No,
You didn't take any notes whatsoever, one way or the other?
no.
Okay. And do you see the inside, and I don't know what aspect that is,
Let's see, let me see, I'm not sure which hand that is.
assume for purposes of this question, that may be a bad picture, Dr. Bodden, that's the right hand.
If it's all the right hand, then that is may I just demonstrate for a second?
Please do.
Yeah. The way it works with the wrist, if the hand is forward, assume forward in the anatomic position, lateral is near the thumb,
Okay.
and medial is by the pinky.
Okay.
So just not to get confused.
So we have good definitions. Let's assume that is the lateral portion.
If that's the one near the pinky portion, yes,
Actually, that'd be the opposite. That's toward the thumb.
then it's medial. Then it's lateral.
Correct.
And the pinky would be medial.
All right, so we have a contusion on the lateral portion
Yes.
of the wrist, and one on the opposite side, the medial portion of the wrist as well, both bruises, correct?
Yes.
Both were described as acute bruises, correct?
The bruises and microscopic sections were made of them.
And after that microscopic examination by Dr. Pena, he determined that they were acute in nature, correct?
They were recent, yes.
And that was my next point, that acute in terms of that definition means that they were recent, correct?
Recent. Yes.
All right. And of course, those bruises, if I were to demonstrate on my wrist, the left.
I think that's approximately correct. yes.
Okay. So for instance, if I were to wrap my hand around here and put pressure on the lateral and the medial, that would be on the same pressure areas that those two bruises appear, correct?
That could be, yes.
All right. Then there is
It's already been marked.
this has already been marked.
All right.
As I'm learning your anatomy, I think that would be
It's like
the
Kentucky, right?
lateral.
You're in Kentucky. It's been hot here, but we're getting that tropical storm, so it's probably going to cool down. But actually, I don't mind the heat. I guess, well, we're used to it. It's Florida, but it's been in the 90s. Hasn't? Well, I'm not out in it much, so I guess I can't say that's not too bad, but it started to cool down to in the 80s, and that's probably been because of the tropical storm. But I'm tired of rain every day. I think I would rather have the heat. I really do. I'm not liking this rain every day. I'm not. Yeah, cooler temps are nice though.
Correct?
Is that the pinky side? Or
Pinky.
yeah, that would be called medial.
Medial, all right.
The inside, it's
I keep
called.
getting them back. Bruise was found toward that side of Lana Clarkson's, is that correct?
I see it, but I would accept your.
And that was described by Dr. Pena. Thank you. That was described by Dr. Pena. Correct?
I believe so.
And you're aware that his testimony here in front of the jury and in the grand jury as well was that in his opinion that recent bruising would have been within, at the very outside, 24 hours, more likely within about 6 or 8 hours of the time of death, correct?
I would agree that probably was within 24 hours. And,
Okay.
Right.
And of course, Lana Clarkson was in Phil Spector, as you understand the evidence in this case, Lana Clarkson was in Phil Spector's presence within the last 24 hours before her death, correct?
For a few hours before death, yes.
Right. Are those the tiny marks that you were talking about in your direct examination?
I believe so. I think there were some other marks too. I'm not sure, but Those are among the marks that I would have been referring to.
All right. You talked about gases in the mouth, and I think you described what you consider to be, and by the way, with regard to the gases in the mouth, that is nowhere, you didn't discuss any gases in the mouth or any blood spatter flying out in your 2.5-page report, did you?
I don't believe so.
All right. So the first time we heard about that was, from you at least, was yesterday on the witness stand.
I'm sure you've heard about it from other witnesses, but
From you, doctor.
from me on the witness stand, yes.
All right.
Wiggles, you just want me to come visit.
What is the basis of your scientific opinion that gases forced tissue out in this particular case?
Well, the basis in large measure is what I've seen in other intraoral gunshot wounds, where lots of tissue either goes out with the exit wound, with the gases.
100? Believe it or not, we rarely have weather in the hundreds. We are usually in the 90s. We rarely get to the hundreds. Maybe a little bit in like late July, early August, maybe. Dang, 100 degrees. Wow. I wonder if it's because of our humidity. Is that why? Sorry, I'm burping in the microphone. Is it because of the humidity? Is that why it keeps... I mean, it's still hot. Like, 90s is still hot. Yeah, mid-80s is nice. I mean, it's warm. It's hot, but it's not uncomfortable. I mean, well, if you're out in it all day, it's uncomfortably hot, I guess. But, like, to do nice things outside, like, you know, it's being close to the water. Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, we might get a fluke 3-4 days in a row in the middle of the summer at 100, but, like, not... It's like 90s, and the 90s is like the highest it gets. Yeah. And then it'll like dip down into the 80s. Like, but the 90s is like the highest. But yeah, I like it when it's in the 80s. To like go, go to a theme park or a walking trail or to the beach or springs or like nice outdoor activities, like not to be out at working. That's not, you don't want to be working outside in the summer in Florida. But you learn something new every day. I have not visited the center of the United States. I've been to Indiana, I think, once, but I have been mostly, like, when I was a kid, we went out west, but we cut across the bottom and then up the West Coast. And I don't remember if I think we came back the same way. Like, I don't think we cut through the middle parts of the country at all. But I barely remember it. I was only 4. And then I've been to Chicago, but you got the Great Lakes in Chicago, so it wasn't hot there. Well, it wasn't hot to me, but it was hot to everybody else. They were like, because they were gonna go to the zoo. No one wanted to go to the zoo because it was too hot. And I was like, what do you mean it's too hot for the zoo? This is perfect zoo weather. And they're like, no, it's too hot. We need to go someplace air conditioned. And I was like, you guys are crazy. This is perfect zoo weather. What is your problem? They were looking at me like I was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, fall is my favorite time of the year, too. The weather's perfect. Well, now, in Florida. Because in Florida, in the fall, it's not cold. It's nice. You can still do everything. You can swim, yet you can still do fall activities because, our fall doesn't include cold stuff. Our fall is still water stuff because it's not cold, but it's cooling off. So you've got like 70s. It's in the 70s and it's in like the 60s at night. It's in the 70s at night now, this time of year. So.
With the large amount of gases confined in a small space, bring lots of tissue and blood out, or if the bullet doesn't go out, leaving another hole for the gases to escape, and they come backwards out of the nose and mouth. And I've seen that in few dozen situations.
And you're aware, Dr. Bodden, that in this particular case, the facts of this case are that backspatter, you know what I mean by backspatter?
Backspatter, I'd have to define it. Backspatter usually refers to a bullet going into skin, and the some blood spatters come back toward the where the bullet went in the direction where the bullet came from. That doesn't take into account gases. See, gases do something different. So even though this is backspatter, it's really a different kind of backspatter than any other part of the body. The only part of the body that gases come into account is when it's the discharge is in the mouth. So we'd have to just realize there's a difference between backspatters in all other parts of the body and backspatter in the mouth.
And of course, you have talked about this particular subject matter with Dr. DeMaio as well, correct?
I think I did discuss that, sure.
Did you coordinate your testimony together about this particular issue?
Absolutely not.
All right. So
absolutely not.
The consistency between you and Dr. DeMaio would simply be coincidence.
It's not coincidence, it's science.
Overrule the answer, stand.
All right.
Yeah.
With regard to the science, can
Yeah.
you point me to the science that specifically documents, the literature that specifically documents what you're talking about as far as this gas and expulsion of gas out of the mouth?
Yeah, Dr. DeMaio's textbook on gunshot wounds, Dr. Spitz's
Can you point me to a page? I'm sorry to do
Let's
that.
finish his answer.
Dr. Spitz's work on forensic pathology. I'm not talking about something that's unusual, unique.
Okay.
This is Forensic Pathology 101 that we teach the new residents on their first day on the job.
Well, that may be. I'm asking you for a specific reference. Can you give me the page number in Dr. DeMaio's book that talks about these gases coming out of an intraoral gunshot wound, please?
No.
Can you give me the page number in the medical legal book that Dr. Spitz wrote, please?
No.
Why not?
One, I don't have it. I don't have the book. But two, what you're talking about is common knowledge.
I'm just asking for the page number.
I don't know.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
I'm not-
One, you don't have the books, and two, because it's common knowledge. Three, because it's not in the books. Isn't that true?
We'll read about gases coming out of the muzzle of the weapon.
Okay, so if in
It
fact,
may not refer specifically to Lana Clarkson, but it refers to the amount of gases that come out of the muzzle of a weapon in order to drive a bullet 900 feet per second for a long distance. That's a lot of gases.
and we're talking about the gases and the pressures inside the mouth in an intraoral gunshot wound. That's what I'm asking you about.
Yes, sir.
If I gave you time, could you go to Dr. DeMaio's book or Dr. Spitz's book and find me the page number references, please?
If you gave me time, I could show you photographs from cases that I've handled. I'd be glad to do that.
I'm asking you about Dr. DeMaio's literature and Dr. Spitz's literature specifically.
I would be glad to go back and show areas in the book that refer to this, sure.
Okay, and specifically what we're talking about for the jury's edification is the specific pressures that are involved in an intraoral gunshot wound inside the mouth. You can find that literature.
Yeah.
The answer is no.
Mr. Jackson, as you know, being an expert or being a forensic pathologist combines lots of different pieces of information. To the extent that you would like me to find something that discusses the amounts of pressures and gases that come out of the muzzle of a weapon, I'd be glad to find that for you. To find something that refers specifically to Lana Clarkson, I don't know if I could find something, because every death is different.
Dr. Bodden, with regard to the and I'm going to call it back spatter. I understand you defined it in a way. I want a phrase that we can all kind of follow. The blood that came out of the mouth, okay? The blood that came out of the mouth at the point of the impact of the bullet to the back of the throat. Let's just use it for my purposes. Let's call that back spatter, because I don't have a better definition. All right. With regard to the back spatter in this particular case, you're aware of where that back spatter went or how far it went, correct?
I'm sorry, where?
Yes. The state of the evidence is the blood came not only out of the oral cavity, but also out of the nasal cavities, and I think that has to be included. That is the state of the evidence.
Well, he can ask it if he wants to break it down, and then you want to go into it, as long as it's not misleading. The question is phrased, as I understood it, isn't misleading. There may be other factors, and it may have something to do with whatever he's asked and whatever his opinion is. And certainly you can go back into it. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Are you aware in this particular case, let's use the facts of this case, are you aware of how far blood was found at the crime scene from the face of Lana Clarkson?
I'm aware, just blood, not tooth fragments and not
Just blood.
other things. Blood that came just from the mouth, not blood on the banister or blood other places.
Not transferred
Yeah.
blood, no. Not
Just
just
blood.
back spatter, doctor, just back spatter.
I'm not familiar with the testimony that carefully, but I think 2 or 3 feet is what I recall.
Okay. You recall it wouldn't be inconsistent with your opinion or your understanding of the evidence if you were to find out that the back spatter basically went down to the hemline or thereabouts of Lana Clarkson and a surrounding area on the chair and the armrest of the chair, correct?
Where back spatter was found.
Correct. Correct?
Yes.
All right, and no other back spatter was found any further out, down on her legs, down on her shins, down on her shoes. You're aware of that too?
On Lana Clarkson.
Correct. That's what I'm asking
We're
about.
not
just on
talking
her,
about back spatter that could be further away on Mr. Spector.
well, all I'm asking about is the back spatter. I mean, where you put Mr. Spector in your opinion, it's a completely separate issue. I'm talking about the back spatter from the gunshot.
The back spatter, as I recall, and I would rely better on other people's testimony who are expert in that. Yeah, it sounds right. On Lana Clarkson up to her knees. Or
All right. So, is it your opinion? Did I just understand you to opine that Mr. Spector would have been standing further away and gotten that blood on him from?
That's a different issue. Yeah.
And I'm asking about that issue now.
Possible.
Okay. So, is it your opinion, based on your review of all the evidence, is it your expert opinion that Mr. Spector was standing some distance away and got the back spatter on his jacket from the gunshot event?
Yeah, I think that from the gunshot event, he could have gotten back spatter on his jacket 3 or 4 feet away.
How much further?
I don't know, 4 feet.
Say 4 feet total, maximum?
I don't know. That's approximately 4 feet.
All right.
Plus or minus 1 or 2.
And what do you base that on?
Base it on other situations with back spatter can go that far.
Okay. Is it your opinion that in this case, and you've reviewed a lot of the information in this case, correct?
Yes.
Is it your expert opinion in this case that Phil Spector, may I approach?
Yes.
Was standing, I don't know how far 4 feet is or so, but let's say this is 4 or 5 feet. He was standing at least this far at the point of impact of the gunshot, and that's how he got the back spatter on his jacket. Is that your opinion?
My opinion is he definitely could have gotten blood spatter on his jacket, given the gases coming out of the mouth with the back spatter. The gases carry the back spatter.
And is that how you define what you saw on his white jacket? This is back spatter from the gunshot event with him standing 4 feet away.
It could have happened, yes.
With regard to the tongue, you mentioned the tongue yesterday, and you were very detailed about your testimony concerning the damage to Ms. Clarkson's tongue. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
You indicated that, in your opinion, there was some kind of a defect on the right side of Lana Clarkson's tongue, correct?
I'm sorry, defect?
You called it pinpoint lacerations. Those were your words.
Oh, I thought that in the tongue or the mucosa?
Tongue.
I don't recall that specifically. There was a laceration of the top part of the tongue, yes.
Were there any other lacerations on the tongue?
On the tongue?
Correct.
Well, there were a couple of lacerations right near each other on the top part of the tongue.
On which
and there were
side?
lots of bruises.
On which side?
As I recall, on a little, there's one sort of in the midline and one slightly to the left.
All right. There was a...
Before you go on to your next question, we've arrived at time for a recess, ladies and gentlemen. Keep in mind the admonition, 15 minutes. Thank you. 15 minutes.
Play nice. Yeah, I agree with you just because you cannot, when you love someone, you cannot separate that out. I mean, sure, you could say, well, I disagree with you.
All right, back.
I mean, sure, he can say that he disagrees, but there's still going to be some influence there. You just cannot. If you love someone, that bias is there, whether it's conscious or not. I mean, he might be able to say that he disagrees with one thing or another, but the bias is still going to be there, and it's going to come out whether he realizes it or not. So, like I said, she shouldn't have taken the case, or he should have bowed out whenever she took the case. Like I said, and I agree. Like you said, I don't think it was if there is any bias, I don't think it's intentional. But when you're married to somebody, you're on each other's team. That's just the point of marriage. How do you get around that? You don't.
Back on the record, parties, jurors, alternates, and witnesses are present as heretofore. Just the breaks are taking a little longer than planned because we have there's a bathroom problem. There's lots I can do. There's something that
I made a mistake yesterday. I announced
just one.
Just one.
All right.
Only one.
All right.
Love this guy.
The buttons. There was a photograph of the buttons, and I think I announced that it was People's 132. That should be corrected. So everybody, People's 131.
Okay.
Sue, would you do me a favor and put up 187? I had this photograph on the overhead. If you look at the jacket's shoulders, that are white, very obviously white. One just under the lapel. On the jacket's right side, your left, as you're facing it, and then one on the jacket's shoulder, which is the jacket's left shoulder, the right side as you're facing. You see the white areas?
Yes, sir.
You testified yesterday, Dr. Bodden, and I just want to clear this up, that there were tissue samples taken from the jacket, including some samples from the areas of the jacket around her arms and her shoulders, as well as the buttons, correct?
Yes.
Those two white areas indicate areas that were sampled by the defense team, and tissue samples were taken from those areas, correct?
I will accept what you say, I wasn't there when that was done.
Okay, but your understanding is one area was right along in here.
Yes.
And I'm pointing to the right breast of my jacket, and then one area was here on the left shoulder.
I believe so.
All right. Getting back to, and thank you for that, Dr. Bodden. I apologize about going out of order a little bit. With regard to, so you can get rid of that. The tongue, we were talking about the tongue just before we took a break, and Lana Clarkson's tongue was examined by the medical examiner, Dr. Pena, at the time of the autopsy, correct?
Yes.
And you looked at the tongue at that time, correct?
Yes.
You then memorialized your findings and conclusions in that 2.5-page report that we've talked about, correct?
Written memorialization, yes.
Correct. And when I say memorialization, that's what I mean by that. It's written down, something that is scribed, written, either typewritten or handwritten.
Okay.
With regard to the lacerations that you talked about yesterday with Mr. Plord, there's no mention in your report about these lacerations being caused by impact with the teeth material, correct?
No. When I refer to lacerations, I refer to the top of the tongue. In addition to tears in the top of the tongue, there are multiple little punctate lesions. Some are lacerations. They're mostly contusions, bruises, not tears.
And you indicated yesterday, so that we're talking about the same thing, and all I want to get to is these, you called them yesterday pinpoint lacerations, at least that's what I jotted down. Now you're talking about punctate lesions, and I don't want to...
Pinpoint, what I would have said, I think, unless I made a mistake, is pinpoint lesions.
All right, pinpoint lesions, and you said that those pinpoint lesions match the upper molars of Miss Clarkson's teeth, correct?
Those are two different things. I think on the tongue, there are two areas in the back where there are bruises. One is the bruise that Dr. Pena felt might be a poking with a gun on the left side. There was another similar lesion on the right side, both of which on those I thought that they were upper molar imprint marks. And those were pinpoint hemorrhages matching.
Available to you any of Lana Clarkson's tooth or teeth impressions, any castings of her impressions when you came to this conclusion?
No.
When did you come to this conclusion, doctor?
Well, my general impression was, at the time I looked at the tongue at the autopsy, was that there were injuries inside the mouth, in the back of the tongue, top of the tongue, fracture of the hard palate above the tongue, all due to the gaseous expansion and to various burnt and unburnt powder granules, perhaps some burnt and unburnt powder granules. I didn't focus on that until after I was told that Dr. Pena had testified, after consulting with you, Mr. Jackson, that the back left bruise was a poke with a gun. And at that time, when I looked at the tongue, again, the photos that Dr. Pena took were taken under his direction. To me, they seemed to be symmetrical. There were two bruises in the back of the tongue, one in the left that Dr. Pena referred to, one in the right, and both of them had little imprints of the biting surface of the upper back molars. So that's when I felt that it wasn't a poking with the muzzle of a gun, but it was the impact of the tongue against the upper jaw.
In fact, the short answer to that question is, after Dr. Pena testified, that's when you began to review or revisit the issue of the bruising on the tongue, correct?
That's very fair, yes.
All right. And you did not have available to you, Dr. Bodden, a casting of her teeth, for instance?
Objection's been answered.
Overruled. It's part of a series of questions.
That's correct.
All right. So you reviewed photographs that were taken at the autopsy, correct?
Photographs, and I think there were photographs of casting of the teeth, but I didn't have casting of the teeth.
And with regard to your review, you were at the autopsy, you saw the inspection, if you will, of the tongue, the examination of the tongue. All right, and what you put in your report was there was a gunshot laceration of the upper portion of the tongue with surrounding soot in the oral cavity, correct?
Yes.
And that's the only sentence you wrote in your entire report about the tongue or any bruising on the tongue, correct?
Yes.
Yet you simply remember that the shape of the teeth of her upper molars are consistent with these pinpoint lesions that you saw in the photographs? Is that your testimony?
No, it's not that I remember. It's that that's what was documented, memorialized by color photographs.
So you're not saying, all right, just so we're clear, you're not saying that you can say to any degree of certainty that the teeth, her actual molars, match the pinpoint lesions that you're talking about?
You're right. I'm not a forensic dentist. So I didn't match the molars to Lana Clarkson's teeth there, and the imprints on the on the back of the tongue were teeth imprints. So I assumed it was Lana Clarkson, but I didn't. I'm not a forensic dentist.
Take a look, if you will. This has been previously marked, and Your Honor, I can't remember what it is. I'll describe it for the record.
That's the one it's a diagram of the tongue.
Correct. It's from the autopsy report. You remember this, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doctor, I want to draw your attention.
You can't recall it right now, but
I'll have Sudie look for it while we're talking about it. The autopsy was conducted by Dr. was filled out by Dr.
Yes, sir.
And you, like Dr. Pena did I think you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. And he was looking specifically for lesions, abrasions, bruising, things of that nature in the oral cavity, since that's the area the gunshot was suffered, correct? And that would have been normal protocol.
Normal protocol would be to look at everything, right?
As a matter of fact, he even took, and I think we've learned throughout the course of this case, that when a forensic pathologist finds a bruise and wants to investigate the bruise further, y'all can actually cut the bruise out and look at it microscopically. Right?
Yes, yes, sir.
You're aware that he did find a bruise on the left, correct?
Yes.
And top of the tongue, correct?
Yes.
And he described that laceration as being consistent with that laceration. I think he described it as stellate in nature. Correct?
I believe he used that term.
All right.
It was it wasn't a clean cut. It was little emanations from it.
All right. And
that wouldn't get stellate.
as far as the bruising, then some bruising toward the very back that appeared to be from the soot and the stippling and things like that, correct?
And the gases, yes.
All right. And he did not indicate, and the photos do not indicate any pinpoint lesions on that left side of the tongue, correct?
That's not true. If you put the photographs show, when you say pinpoint tooth impression on the left side here, but there's also one on the right side that he didn't include, but it's easily seen on the photograph that he took of the tongue.
When you saw this, when was the first time you saw this diagram? And by the way, I've learned that this is people's 44 for identification. Actually, it's not for identification. This has been moved in. People's 44. Doctor, when did you first see this document?
I would have seen this about over a year later, when it was given to me during recovery when Ms. Abramson was the attorney.
And you reviewed this entire document. Can we go to the full document, Sudie? You reviewed this entire document as well as the rest of the autopsy report, correct?
I reviewed the entire many pages of the autopsy report, which included that document, yes.
And the whole purpose of your consultation in this case, and the whole purpose of you going at Mr. Shapiro's request to attend the autopsy, was to ensure that you had sort of firsthand knowledge about the findings and conclusions and anatomical findings.
Thanks, just because I was wondering about that. He was born in the Bronx to Polish parents. That's why he has such weird pronunciations. Because he says homicide, and that it throws me off because I don't know which show, one of the not true crimes, but crime dramas that I watch. I know Law and Order. There was one where I think it was a prostitute was killed, and they said no humans involved. But there was another. I don't know if it was Law and Order or which show it was where a gay person was murdered and they called it a homicide. So every time he says homicide, it makes me think of that, and I don't like it. But I know he's not doing that. I know that's just the way he says it, but that's what I hear every time he says it like that, and I don't like it. So, thank you for that. Because that explains why he has some kind of strange pronunciations.
He's at the autopsy, correct?
You give me too much credit. The main reason I went to the autopsy at the behest of Mr. Shapiro was to determine, was this an outside of the mouth gunshot wound or an inside? It was an outside, it would be, his opinion was homicide. It was inside, he might treat it differently. So that was what Mr. Shapiro wanted to know. And I looked at everything, but I didn't remember everything.
All right, and obviously you wanted to look at everything for accuracy to make sure that the autopsy findings that were memorialized in the report, part of which this was, reflected the actual autopsy that was conducted in your presence, correct?
Well, in general, yes, in general.
And did you seek to, once you saw this page, did you seek to correct or disagree with Dr. Pena's findings and call Dr. Pena, for instance, and say, hey, you missed a bruise on the right side of the tongue?
You give me too much credit for remembering things.
I've done that twice now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
It won't happen again, Doctor.
The position I was in was, after I received this, I didn't remember everything, but I knew that everything had been photographed. And at some point, I compared photographs and I remember until after Dr. Pena testified that this was a bruise caused by the muzzle of the weapon. I didn't remember, in all fairness, I didn't remember that there were other bruises around. I had to look at the photographs and say, hey, there are other bruises around, and they have a pattern. These bruises, it's not just a black and blue mark that you see under the eye, that there was a pattern to those bruises, and that's what I mean by the sometimes we don't, and we don't realize the importance of things. This doesn't become important to me until after Dr. Pena referred to it.
And in fact, the bruise on the left side of the tongue deemed a blunt force trauma type of bruise, correct?
That's fair, yes.
All right. And in fact, a piece of steel being put in the mouth could be consistent with a blunt force type of trauma to the tongue. Correct? If that piece of steel is pressed in.
I agree with one thing. If there's an injury caused by a piece of steel like the muzzle of a gun, that would be called blunt force trauma, yes.
Thank you.
If that happened.
All right. With regard to Lana Clarkson's position, Mr. Plord asked you some questions about her positioning, Dr. Bodden, about the position of the decedent before the pictures were taken. Do you remember stating that?
I think that what I said was it's not proper to assume that the position of the body injury occurred. That is, that bodies move after being injured, and what we see is the final status of the body, but that doesn't mean there wasn't any movement in between.
Didn't you say yesterday on direct examination to a question posed by Mr. Plord, Mr. Plord, it's not proper to opine about the position of the body before the picture was taken. In other words, you were saying, I really can't give you an idea of what the position of the body was before that photograph was taken. Isn't that what you're saying?
No.
And I have to be honest, I can't say that he didn't say that. I do remember him, what he said he testified to, I remember that, so that's all I can say. So is it your recollection that's what you testified to about Mr. Jackson giving the specific language you want?
I have. That's the specific. I just want to know if you recollect testifying to that yesterday. Basically, that it's not proper, and this is the beginning of the questioning on this area. You said it's not proper to testify about the position of the body before the photograph was taken. And if you don't remember saying that, just let me know.
What I intended to say is that it's not proper to assume that the position of the body was the way it looks in the photograph.
All right, and I think you described something, and this is what I'm asking about. You described something called reflex action after the gunshot, correct?
Yes.
And you said that that's a possibility, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't know that happened in this case. You're just saying there is a universe of possibilities, and from your medical experience, that is one possibility, correct?
It was more than a possibility. My experience is that arms and legs move after spinal cord or brain injuries commonly. I don't know what happened here, but they commonly move. And so the way the body is found in the photographs is not necessarily the way the body was, the arms and legs were, 1-2 minutes after the injury.
And you likened this to hanging, correct? As a matter of fact, you said dancing from a string, correct? Or dancing from a rope.
Dancing from a rope, yes.
And that would refer to back in the Old West, I guess, when people were hung, their feet might move or dangle or whatever, correct?
Yeah, that was referring to, and it's not just a hanging, but the purpose of the hanging was to break the cervical 1 and 2 and damage the cervical spine, just as what happened here from the bullet. So that, and it was, people used to come and they used to see actually arms and legs moving for minutes after the person hanged. And that's because of reflex activities that go on.
So is it your testimony that Lana Clarkson, her hand about 2 minutes after the gunshot went off?
My testimony is it cannot be assumed with any reasonable degree of medical certainty that after the gunshot wound, she was immediately in the position she was found in. I would think that's unlikely.
How long did she move?
I don't know.
How much did she move, doctor?
I don't know. Although it's common, and I must say, for legs to extend and arms to extend in the decerebrate positioning, I think that Dr. Liestma referred to.
But you're not a neuropathologist and you're not claiming to be one, correct?
No, but I see bodies at all. One thing I do see that Dr. Liestma...
You're not a neuropathologist, correct?
He is explaining his answer. I'll allow it. You may finish.
Dr. Liestma is super neuropathologist. He doesn't go to scenes of death. I go to lots of scenes of death, and I've seen lots of extended legs, and relatives and friends and witnesses say, yeah, that happened after the person was shot or after he was stabbed in the neck or something. So that I'm aware from scene visits that these things happen, even though I may not have the neuropathologic expertise that Dr. Liestma has.
Is it your testimony and your opinion, Dr. Bodden, that after Ms. Clarkson was shot, that she danced from the end of a rope and moved around the way that I'm moving around, my legs, my arms, my feet?
No, if you're hanging, there's a lot of dancing if there's...
There's no hanging issue in this case.
They're using it as descriptive to explain. Everybody understands that. The objection is overruled.
My opinion is that it's very possible and probable that Lana Clarkson, given the nature of her injury across the cervical spine area, moved her arms and legs and maybe even neck after she was shot, which has to be taken into consideration when evaluating blood spatter evidence, for example.
Well, that's my question. How long, in your opinion, if you're going to opine that Lana Clarkson moved her hands, her legs, and her neck, her head, how long was she moving her hands, her legs, and her neck?
I don't know. That can be very variable.
How much was she moving her hands, her legs, and her neck?
Your Honor, I'm going to interpose an objection here. Mr. Jackson's asked this same question of Dr. Bob a number of times. It's asked him actually.
It's also cross-examination. I don't think we've reached that stage yet. The objection is overruled. You may proceed.
I don't know.
So your opinion is that she was moving. But you can't tell the jurors how long she was moving, and you can't tell the jurors what part of her body she was moving, and you can't tell the jurers how much she was moving, correct?
Now to object?
No, it is if you want, but the objection is overruled.
We'll get to that point.
That's correct.
With regard to, I think you indicated that one of the issues that supported your, that self-inflicted was the blood spatter that was found on Lana Clarkson's hands, correct?
Yes.
Describe the blood spatter that was found on her hands as you understand it.
As I understand it, there was one directional spatter on the left hand that had the, what I call the bowling pin appearance, going away from the body if the thumb was near the mouth. There was one 90-degree angle spatter on the left hand, on the right hand. There was other spatters, a number of other spatters on the backs of the hands that were not properly documented and that were not, that are described by the criminalist, who then asked for photographs to be taken. And photographs didn't come out well, apparently, didn't come out properly. And when the body was moved to the morgue, the hands were not protected. It is normal procedure to put paper bags around hands of any suspicious death to protect any evidence that's on the hands when the body is moved to the morgue. That wasn't done here, and for whatever reason, we don't have photographs and we don't have samples of what the criminalist at the crime scene said were blood spatters on the backs of the hands.
The criminalist, Jamie Linsamoot, did testify in this case. Are you aware of testimony?
I'm aware she testified, and I'm aware of some of her testimony, yes.
Assume from my question that her testimony was that she saw high impact spatter on the back wrist on both of Lana Clarkson's hands, very faint, very small, I guess I should say, and she pointed to this area of both of her wrists, okay? For purposes of my question.
Which are the backs of the wrist, right?
The backs of the wrist, medial, lateral, I don't know, I can't remember. Okay, we're in agreement basically where they were. Mr. You yesterday, spatter as well as spatter that you're aware of was consistent with Miss Clarkson having.
I think on or on the other hand, it may have been on the other hand, but in the vicinity of the gun, yeah.
Okay, that's my question.
Yeah, on the gun or on, I sort of vision it could be the left hand on the right hand on the weapon.
In the vicinity of the gun, correct?
Well, they would have to be in the vicinity of the mouth and the gun, yes.
Okay, so for instance, if we look at photograph People's 189, you see how that mannequin is set up and somebody is seated with his hands around the wrists of the mannequin in what could be reasonably described as a defensive posture. You see that?
I see. Could you enlarge that?
We're trying, I think.
I can see the right hand on the wrist.
Here we go. You see that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see the whole hand. That's the pinky, I guess. Pinky, fourth, third, second, I guess the thumb.
All right, assume for purposes of my question that in this photograph, that's the right arm of the mannequin, okay?
Yes.
And that there
excuse me, then that's the thumb.
okay, the thumb would be on top.
Yeah, I see
pinky
5
down on
fingers.
bottom.
Yeah, I see 5 fingers now. Okay.
And then the person seated has his hands around the wrists of the mannequin, correct?
On the right wrist, yes.
All right. The spatter that was described by Jamie Linsemoot, as well as the directional spatter on Ms. Clarkson's hands, is consistent with this posture, correct?
Well, I think it would be, I'm not sure, because the wrist is here. We don't really see the wrist, and we don't see the, there's nothing, obviously there's nothing on the left hand here. Or are you including the left hand also?
Put the left hand of the mannequin wherever you want to. I'm just saying the wrist area here and here, assuming that the model, this person in blue, assuming that model is Lana Clarkson, that positioning is consistent with the blood spatter that you saw on, or that you're aware of on Lana Clarkson's
Let me
hands.
think about this. I think, yeah, more or less, yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for that picture.
Yes.
You spoke yesterday with Mr. Plord about Lana Clarkson's spine transection. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You opined yesterday, you testified in front of the jury yesterday, that in your opinion, her spine was not completely transected. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You opined, or you testified yesterday, that her spine was broken during transportation, completely transected during transportation.
That the undamaged part was torn transportation, yes.
When did you?
I think it's Mr. Plord.
You've had access to all the documentation in this case, including the autopsy report. You actually attended the autopsy. You've had full access to all of the police reports, the medical reports in this case, correct?
Pretty much, yeah, I assume so. I assume I got all the police reports, but I don't know.
Over the period of approximately 4.5 years since you were retained on this case, is that right?
Yes.
And you came up with this brand new theory that Sunday last, meaning 2 days ago, correct?
Overruled.
Is that right?
I think so. I think that's fair.
You were aware at the time that you reviewed the autopsy report
Judy, men are picky. It's bigger when it's cut diagonally. Hmm. Okay, StreamYard, are you going to behave now?
The autopsy, 1,800 gram, very heavy lungs, was what you normally see in people who are shot, or not normally. It's not unusual to see it in people who are shot. My focus, of course, was whether it was an intraoral shot or not, and it didn't register as a problem until recent testimony. That's all. It was not an unusual finding.
Until Sunday, actually.
Well, until I listened actually to your cross-examination of, I guess, Dr. Spitz, I think, or Dr. Liestma, that I couldn't understand blood in the lungs that require breathing in and out and a complete transection of the spinal cord. It didn't, there was a contradiction there. And that's what I discussed with Mr. Plord on Sunday.
Dr. Bodden, you watched my cross-examination of Dr. Spitz, correct? Or you were aware of it?
I was aware of it, yes.
And you were aware of my cross-examination of Dr. Lietzman as well, correct?
Yeah, yes, not all the parts.
And you were aware that the defense was trying to may have been expirating blood or coughing or something after death, correct? You were aware of that?
Given the court's prior rulings on this matter, the objection is overruled.
You were aware of that, correct?
I was aware that that was an issue, yes.
Aware that after cross-examination by me of Dr. Spitz and Dr. Lietzma, that theory would not hold water because her spine was completely transected, correct?
Well, not quite. The finding of blood in the alveoli, of aspirated blood in the alveoli was there. So from a forensic pathology point of view, she had to have inhaled the blood. That's a fact. That's a given. She had to have inhaled it with multiple inhalations. So that stands by itself. Why it happened is another issue, but it happened. Then when you brought up the point about you can't have many inspirations once the cord is completely shut, and I then reviewed over the autopsy report. It's, funny that sometimes you learn more every time I look at the report, you learn more, is I saw that the lungs had a quart and a half, more than a quart of water that had poured into the lungs after she was shot. In addition, the brain was a little bit swollen. The brain swelled. That was something I learned last night when I looked at the report. The swelling of the brain, that it was my opinion that somehow breathing had to have occurred and fluid getting into the lung had to have occurred.
Isn't it true?
And that's why I remembered from my youth that when I went to scenes where people were injured, we had to immobilize them. This is even 30 years ago, the neck had to be immobilized because the spinal cord is so fragile that if there's any injury to the spinal cord, transportation can make it, tear more of it, and we don't normally immobilize the spinal cord, and all of our movements with the body after death tend to wiggle around, especially with the sharp edges of the fractured bones.
It's narrative, it's not responsive.
Just a second, the objection is overruled. It is, I believe it is responsive in explaining how he came to his conclusion, which is the import of your question. So the objection is overruled. You may finish.
Thank you, Your Honor. So that with the head being moved back and forth as the body is turned, put on the stretch as when the purge fluids come out when the body is turned, we would never do that with a living person because we would damage the spinal cord. To occur, we tend to think statically that the body is the way the body was at the time we do the autopsy, but bodies don't, they undergo changes when they go from
Objection, Judge,
scene to the
this is
morgue.
clearly not responsive. At this point, it's narrative. It's been going on for...
I agree it is a very long answer. I agree it is a narrative, but I don't know any other way that he can be allowed to offer the opinion, and then you may ask further questions. So I'm going to allow him to offer his explanation. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So that thinking more clearly clinically, it was my opinion, and I expressed to Mr. Plord, that something must have happened to the spinal on the way into the morgue. It was severed in the morgue, and my opinion is it was not totally severed at the death scene, and that the movement of the body against what Dr. Pena describes as sharp fractured bones of the cervical vertebra 1 and 2 would have easily damaged and further torn whatever remained of the spinal cord.
I just came up with this is a short answer, Dr. Tiffany, on Sunday, correct?
Yes, that's right.
With regard to...
May I suggest?
Judge, if
It'll clarify.
can I ask another question?
Hold on a second. The question was, did you come up with this on Sunday?
Yes, sir.
All right, next question.
Thank you. In fact, you said just now in that very lengthy answer, you just said, I thought back, and it dawned on me that I thought back to my youth 30 years ago when we used to immobilize necks, and that helped me with my epiphany. Is that your testimony?
Yeah,
correct?
that, but
He was not called an epiphany, and misquotes the words, it's called an opinion, and there's a difference.
All right, we will refrain from that term, and then you may either restate the question or get the answer as appropriate.
Wasn't it epiphany?
no, Mr. Jackson. But I also remember...
Objection. Everything after no is non-responsive.
You've answered the question as to whether it was, you would call it an epiphany. Now you may ask your next question.
Thank you. You said that when you came up with this idea that it dawned on you that you got to immobilize the neck. Well, doctor, isn't it true anybody who's watched a professional football game more than twice in their life knows that when the wide receiver is hit and he's down on the ground, the first thing the trainers do is put a big collar around the neck and take him off on a stretcher, correct?
You're absolutely right.
Yet after 47 years of medicine and 2 hours worth of qualifications that we heard about, you just came up with this idea on Sunday, correct?
Objection, it's argumentative.
The way you asked the question about qualifications, sustain, just rephrase it.
Sure. The fact of the matter is, Dr. Bodden, you spoke with the defense team. By the way, let me ask this foundationally. You got to Los Angeles on Thursday last, correct?
But what is it, this past Thursday? Yes.
Correct. On the most recent Thursday past.
Yes.
All right. And during that time, you were with your wife, correct?
Yes.
All right. You were with your wife most of that time.
Yes.
And intermittently, I'm sure you met with the defense team or either telephonically or in person, correct?
I didn't really meet until Sunday with,
Okay.
with Mr. Plord.
The fact of the matter is, when you and Mr. Plord started to sit down and talk about your testimony, he indicated that the defense was unhappy under cross-examination, and they had to figure out, or you had to figure out, how to put Lana Clarkson's spine back together to fit the new theory of their case. Isn't that true?
Your Honor,
A second, before you answer, please, yes.
hearsay, it's argumentative.
Well, I think we all saw the witness said to you, let me answer. So
Withdrawn.
No, I just want to say that, Mr. Jackson, that's completely not true. That's what it
All right. Notwithstanding the fact that you were at the autopsy, and these are a couple of simple ones, Doctor. Notwithstanding the fact that you were at the autopsy, some spinal cord transection in this report that you memorialized, correct?
That may be true.
All right. And you have no notes. You have already indicated you memorialized no notes to suggest that you came up with this conclusion or this was an issue before Sunday, correct? Correct?
The formal question is called.
you may answer.
You were with your wife over the weekend, starting on Thursday and through the weekend, correct?
Yes.
And you and Miss Linda Kinney-Bodden talked about the case, correct?
Not much. She was under medication, and she was not feeling well. We did not talk about the case very much. We might have said a few words, but she was under various medications that caused her to be sleepy and drowsy, and her health was more important, if I may, than this case.
And in fact, after you had some substantial time with your wife over the weekend, then you met with Mr. Plord on Sunday, correct?
I met with Mr. Plord on Sunday, yes.
And according to you, this opinion, not an epiphany, but this opinion came to you for the very first time on Sunday.
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, yes. If I had thought of it earlier, I would have discussed it with Dr. DeMeo, with Dr. Spitz, and most of all with Dr. Leestma.
Well,
he would be the first one I would talk to about it if I knew
Doctor,
about it beforehand.
I didn't ask you what...
I don't know what, he may finish his answer unless there's an objection. I don't know.
There is an objection. It calls for speculation. I'm not curious about what you would have done or could have done. I'm curious about what you did.
He's explaining why he didn't, so it's not calling for speculation. The objection's overruled. You may proceed.
Yes. The person I would have spoken to about this first would have been Dr. Leestma or Dr. Spitz or Dr. DeMeo to see what they thought about it and what their opinions were. And at no time did I ever speak to them before Sunday about this, and I didn't speak to my wife about it, and I didn't think it was such a big deal. I thought that this made sense out of some information that was contradictory, that is the complete severance of the spine. And the issue I have, and you have, Mr. Jackson,
This is non-responsive at this point.
Becoming non-responsive. All right, you may proceed.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what you would have or could have done, you didn't talk to Dr. Leetsma about this, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't talk to Dr. Spitz about this,
That's
correct?
correct.
And you didn't talk to Dr. DeMaio about this.
That's right.
And you never called Dr. Pena about this,
No, I didn't.
correct?
I didn't talk to Dr. Pena about it, no.
All right. And you're aware that all of those doctors, all of those medical professionals have testified in this case, and none of them have opined. None of them have opined that her spine was not completely and utterly transmitted by the gun.
And also, if the court overrules objection, he should not be...
Which I explained. Well, I don't, we can have the whole question. Are you done with the question? The question was, did he that no one else has testified to that?
Is he aware that no one else has testified?
That calls for a yes or no.
And in this case, you have charged to date somewhere in the, or you will have charged by the time you're done, somewhere in the order of $110,000 for what I think.
Ask them if they know. If you say, "Are you aware?" or "Do you know?" That's not speculation. That's a yes or no question. Do you know this? If you don't know it, then move on. It's not speculation. That was such a ridiculous objection. Sometimes I think Rosen just wants to break up Jackson's rhythm, you know? Like, I don't think he really objects. I think he just wants to break up his rhythm.
To yesterday was about 40 days worth of work, correct? 30 to 40 days worth of work, correct?
Not quite. There were about 30 days or that I was here. I'm not charging for a lot of work that I did in my office back in New York City, but it would be about 40 days, but I don't charge for every day in a situation like this.
And Doctor, if you weren't spending those 30 or 40 days coming up with this theory, what have you been doing the whole time?
I think that's way too broad and too vague. I'm going to sustain it.
The most that you can point to as far as documentation, let's limit it to that, is this report, correct?
That was
Overruled. You may answer.
Is that right?
That was the only document I was asked to put into writing, yes.
For $110,000.
No, that's not true.
I'll withdraw it, Judge.
All right.
You also looked at, under questioning by Mr. Plord, you looked at a couple of emails, and you said that it's important, I think, and this is consistent with a bunch of other stuff that we've heard, it's important to histories when you're looking at a crime scene. Who are the parties involved and what are the histories that led us to this point, correct?
Yes.
And
Well, that may be helpful.
you looked at a couple of Lana Clarkson's emails, correct?
I looked at a lot of articles, yes.
Yes, please.
Yes.
All right, and the two emails were put on the overhead, is that right?
Yes.
With regard to the questioning, you weren't asked to read the entire emails, but you said that the tone and the tenor of the emails show a sadness, correct? An unhappiness.
Yes.
Tell me if this is the email that, and I think this has been previously marked as I want to say C10, C to the 10th.
Let me take a look.
The one that starts
All I'll
out.
know is whether or not it was an email or not, because I'll describe it in that manner in just a second.
One of them is C10 and the other is C11.
Okay? Oh, here we go. See, I have C10 as a photo.
Maybe, you know what, maybe they were collectively marked as C11.
C10 is a photo.
Okay?
But Mr. Jackson's right, C11 is an email, or maybe.
One of them has got 2 pages, the other one is.
All right.
We can figure this out.
In any
outside the
event,
presence
yes,
of the jury.
moving forward.
Thank you. One of the emails sounded thusly. Hey, Jennifer. Thanks for your kind words. You are the beautiful one, and I can see you as your shining, healthy, positive self. Well, we all have so much to be thankful for. I try every day to think that way because, believe me, I have my moments. This injury, the timing of it, it's been really difficult. But I just keep plugging away. My girlfriend referred me to this doctor. My girlfriend who referred me to this doctor was severely addicted to cigs and coffee, meaning cigarettes and coffee, I'm assuming.
Right.
I have more serious addictions, like pain pills. I cannot share with you enough how different this person is now. In an amazing love relationship, successful as hell, and no smoking, no 20 cups of coffee a day. She also learned to stand up for herself and her feelings. She's so cool and mellow, a great person now. I want some of what she's got. Tell the doc I referred you. Though she and I have yet to meet, I know I'll have the opportunity soon. She will know who I am. There are others in our circle she's also helped to change their lives. Exclamation point. Good luck, girlie. Here's the information on the doc. Is that one of the emails, doctor, that in your opinion shows an overarching sadness?
Well, I think it shows that she has a problem with the pain pills, and we know she was taking Vicodin for a year or two or something.
For her wrists, correct?
Well, whatever, for her wrist initially, but you don't give addictive drugs for that as long a period as she had. And she still was taking it, even though I couldn't find any recent prescriptions for it. She was able to get it. It's in her autopsy findings. So that no, I mean, the jury is just as good as I in interpreting that. But my interpretation would be that a sadness there, yes. That she is recommending this person, has friends, and all that is fine.
Right.
Yeah, all right, thank you. With that, we will take our noon recess. Keep in mind the admonition. We'll see you at 1:30. Thank you.
Part 7. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're not going to get done with him today. We'll get done with him this week, though, I think. Come on, StreamYard, you can do it. Oh, yeah, we say that all the time in the South. I didn't know that. Is that a Southern thing? I didn't know that was a Southern thing. I've been told that many, many times in my lifetime. Big shock, I know. Huge shock, but I've been told that many, many times in my life by many members of my family. You just like to talk to your own voice, don't you, Debbie? No. I have things to say.
Department 106 is again in session.
All right, all parties, the jurors and alternates and the witness are present. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bodden, just before we broke for the lunch hour, I had gone over an email, one of the emails that Mr. Plord showed you yesterday, and y'all had talked about parts of it. I read the whole thing. That's the email that Mr. Plord had discussed with you yesterday, correct?
Yes.
All right. There's a second email that Mr. Plord showed you, and I'd like to read that email and ask you a couple of questions about that email as well. This starts out and purports to be from Lana Clarkson. This starts out, "Hi, gorgeous. Sorry I missed seeing you on the holiday. I was so depressed about my car, my life, my career, I just couldn't stay in my house for another minute. When I got a call to catch a ride, I had to be ready in 10 minutes. That's why I forgot to call you. I was so rushed. I ended up staying in Malibu through Saturday, playing with the baby, going out to nice dinners and crystal champagne, and generally ignoring all my difficulties. This has honestly been one of the worst years of my life so far. I know you can relate with everything you've been going through. I do hope that the judge's decision is in your favor and you leave a settlement. Meanwhile, I would love to see you. I'm getting to shoot photos on Friday afternoon and may go back to the beach on Saturday for a party. My friend decided they want to find me a rich husband to support my acting habit, exclamation point. He. I spoke briefly with Jim Robinson's partner, Steve, today, and he said Jim wouldn't be back for a while. I bet he doesn't know the real schedule like we do. He. We were at the house after all. I hope I can come up there for another massage, and then it looks like there's a typo in him when he gets back. What are you doing tomorrow? Are you working? If not, do you want to go down to Mexico, Tijuana, for the day? I have to get some medicine from my doctor there. I would pay for the trip, the gas, the food. Fun if you want to spend the day. Call me tonight if yes, because we'd have to leave early. It'd be really fun. Let me know. Love and big kisses, Lana." Is that the email that Mr. Plord showed you yesterday?
Yes.
Is that one of the emails that you opined in your opinion, or you testified to that in your opinion had an overarching sadness to it?
Well, I didn't say overarching sadness. It's a mixed letter, and it does say this has been one of the worst years of my life. And I think what Mr. Plord asked me about was going down to get medicine from my doctor in Mexico, in Tijuana, because it wasn't clear what that was.
Okay. Is this one of the emails that you testified yesterday to that you indicated to Mr. Plord showed an unhappiness or a sadness on the part of Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, I'm going to jump around when we take breaks, I realize things that I forgot to ask, so I apologize, Dr. Bodden. Very briefly, you're aware of Dr. Spitz's report and Dr. DeMaio's report, as well as your own, obviously.
Yes.
You've reviewed those reports.
I believe so, yes.
You're aware that Dr. Spitz's report, Dr. DeMaio, all memorialized. They were all dated within 5 days of one another, correct?
I don't recall that, but that's when I was asked. I guess we were all asked about the same time.
Okay. Dr. Spitz, tell me if this sounds like it's accurate. Dr. Spitz wrote his report of February 9th, Dr. DeMaio February 10th, and you on February 14th.
That sounds right. That sounds right.
Now, one of the things that you indicated that was important to you and any forensic pathologist when looking at a crime scene or a death scene and coming to conclusions and opinions based on not only the autopsy but the surrounding factors is to look at the history of the individuals involved. And I think we talked about this a little bit. What brought this to a head? How did we get to this point? Correct?
Yeah, those would be factors to be considered, yes.
And Mr. Plord asked you, and you agreed that you had looked at certain letters of Lana Clarkson, correct?
Yes.
You had reviewed certain testimony of certain witnesses who have testified in this case. I think he asked you about John Behrens, correct?
John Behrens.
Does that name ring a bell? Mr. Plord asked you about a guy who was a playwright?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall Mr. Plord asking you questions about Lana Clarkson saying, I heard something, and other people saying,
yes,
no,
yes,
I didn't hear that?
Yes, I remember that. Yes. Right. Was that Mr. Behrens? Yes.
Were you aware that that was John Behrens?
I wasn't aware, but
all right.
I accept that correction. Thank you.
On that note, Dr. Bodden, if you didn't watch his testimony, who was it that told you about that particular incident? Was it Mr. Plord?
Mr. Plord, yes.
Okay. Safe to say that the information that you were given to review, the emails, like for instance some of the emails that we just talked about, the letters that you were given, the testimony from other witnesses, those were supplied to you by the defense, one of the defense members, either Mr. Plord or another member of the defense team, correct?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right.
Together with other information that didn't come out.
All right. With regard to the victim's history, and when I say history, I'm talking about Lana Clarkson's past, it also would be important to look at Philip Spector's past and certain things that he's engaged in or certain conduct he's engaged in the past to kind of bring to a head February 3rd, 2003 at 5 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Did you review his history or his past?
I did review various parts of his history, yes, and various allegations about his history, yes.
Were you also given information about his particular mental state in the past leading up to February 3rd, 2003?
Not so much mental state as interactions with other women.
Were you also told about anything that he had been known to say or do in the past that might be indicative of, or it might be helpful in reaching a conclusion in this particular case?
Yes? Thank you. You may proceed.
Mayor Rosen, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bodden, what I was asking about, just foundationally, I'm asking about certain information that you reviewed concerning Lana Clarkson, and now I've shifted gears to certain information that you may or may not have reviewed concerning Phil Spector himself. You indicated that you were, in fact, aware of certain incidents that have been testified to about involving other women, correct? We'll leave it at that for the time being.
Yes.
All right. Are you also aware of certain statements that Phil Spector has made, specifically from a fellow by the name of Vince Tenazzo?
I don't know the name Tenazzo, but I know that there were statements, various statements that he made.
Attributed to Mr. Spector, correct?
That made.
I can see that this is a statement that a a retired police officer made in this courtroom concerning an incident with Joan Rivers at a Joan Rivers party. That's the statement that's being referred to. Are you aware of that?
I can't say I'm specifically aware of that, sir.
Okay, we'll get to that in just a second. Let's talk first about what you are aware of, and before we get to the specific incidents in Mr. Spector's history that you're aware of, and you obviously considered in coming to your opinion, yes?
Just so you know that most of the information that I'm referring to, I think you're referring to, I learned about after the February letter.
Okay,
just
fine.
so you're aware.
Fine, we'll talk about that.
I did learn of various disparaging remarks that Mr. Spector made about women.
All right, we'll get to those in just a second. The first thing I want to turn your attention to is you indicated that a forensic pathologist, any forensic pathologist is going to have to, in certain circumstances, go off of the autopsy table. Do you know what I mean by that? You have to consider other information and facts surrounding an incident before coming to a conclusion.
Pathologists always use information other than just the autopsy findings.
All right.
Homicide.
Your memorialized opinion in your report, one of the last things you wrote was there is no forensic scientific. Mr. Spector was holding the gun at the time of discharge, correct?
Yes.
Well, let's talk about, instead of talking about what isn't present, I want to ask you a few questions about what was present or what you might be aware of. Do you know where Lana Clarkson was killed?
Yes.
Whose house?
Spector's house.
Do you know she killed?
Killed, because that implies murder, but she died as a result of a gunshot injury while in Mr. Spector's home.
Whose gun was it?
I couldn't find any definite determination whose gun it was. I think it was a gun from the household, but whether it was Mr. Spector's gun or whether it was a security guard's gun, I don't know. But it was a household gun.
You're aware that Mr. Spector lived alone? Correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Mr. Spector, well, you're aware that the gun was found in a bureau, correct?
Yes.
Who owned the bureau?
Oh, Mr. Spector did.
The gun.
Can we just have I know the record of the bench, can we just have a running objection to this line?
That's fine.
And we'll assume it's in
All right, thank you.
You're aware that Mr. Spector's, that the gun inside the bureau was found inside a holster, correct?
I know there was a holster there. I don't know. No, it wasn't. It was found on the rug next
My mistake.
to her leg.
My mistake.
Ms. Lana Clark's leg.
I should have asked the question this way, that there was a holster found inside the bureau that fit the gun.
Yes, that I'm aware of.
And you're aware that that holster belonged to Mr. Spector?
I don't know. I would assume, it's an assumption, but I don't know that. As I said, he did have security personnel, so maybe it belonged to a security person.
You're aware that the gun was loaded with very particularized sets of bullets, 2 different manufacturers' bullets, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that there were other guns in the house, correct?
Yes.
Those other guns were loaded with the same type of ammunition as the gun that was found under Ms. Clarkson's
Yes.
leg? You're aware that those other guns were found in Mr. Spector's rooms, not in some security guard's room, correct?
I'm not sure where they were found. They were found in his house.
In an upstairs bedroom. You're aware of that?
I think you're right. I'll accept that.
All right. And those other guns were loaded with the same type of plus P ammunition as well as spear ammunition, correct?
Yes.
All right. You're also aware that Lana Clarkson was at the house for the first time, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that she was there by Mr. Spector's invitation, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that she ostensibly was a stranger to the house when she arrived at some 3 o'clock in the morning.
My understanding is that was the first time she'd been to the house. Yes.
So your understanding would also be that she would have no way of knowing that there was, correct?
If you say prior to her arriving at the house, that's
Prior
fine.
to arriving at the house.
All right.
I'm not sure of that because I do know there were other people that he had told, other women, that I have guns and I do have guns. So I don't know if he, when he first met them. So I don't know what Mr. Spector told Lana Clarkson about guns or if he told her anything about guns.
You have no information. There is no information, Doctor, in this entire case file that suggests that Mr. Spector told Lana Clarkson that he had guns in the house. Is that correct?
Well, I'm going to object to that. Well, I believe there is some testimony in the case that certainly by way of inference or innuendo, you could draw that conclusion.
Well, that's different, and you can raise that on cross or redirect. Pardon me. And just before you resume, Ms. Jackson, for those of you in the audience, I am getting tired of looking out and seeing people chewing gum in the courtroom. If you'd like to remain, gum out. This isn't a park bench. It is a courtroom. Now you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I answer that question?
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I do have some recollection that I think there was a Miss Davis who said that he had told her about that he carried guns, and if she objected to it or something, he'd take that into account. So that's why my previous answer was that I don't know if Mr. Spector told her anything about guns, but I know in the past he did tell at least one person.
You're aware that that Miss Clarkson didn't know Miss Davis, correct? I mean, those two never met, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
They were never together that night. Is that right?
That's correct.
There is no indication in the case file anywhere that Mr. Spector specifically told Lana Clarkson that he had guns at the house and where he kept them, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You're aware that in the foyer area, there was, well, how many drawers were open in the foyer area?
I don't know. I don't know.
Just one, correct?
There was a top drawer, I think, that was the bureau that was open, yes.
Does that sound right? It was just one drawer?
Yeah, the top drawer, I believe, in the foyer.
No indication that all the drawers of the bureau had been rooted through, correct?
Only one that was open, yes.
There's another bureau on the other side of the foyer. There's no indication that bureau had been rooted through?
As far as I know, yes.
You're aware that Ms. Clarkson, as she was found in the photographs, she was fully clothed with her shoes on, correct?
Yes.
Her jacket on, correct?
Yes.
Her purse was on her shoulder, is that right?
Yes, it was coming off the shoulders.
Appeared to have been on her shoulder.
Yes.
And she was seated by the back door about 6, 7 feet away, 8 feet away from the back door at Mr. Spector's residence, correct?
Something like that, 10 feet or so away from the door, as I recall.
You're aware of the reports concerning Mr. Spector's conduct after the gunshot, correct?
Yes.
From a medical standpoint, aside from the dancing at the end of the rope that you testified to earlier, Ms. Clarkson was immediately incapacitated upon that gunshot, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Clarkson couldn't get up out of that chair, is that right?
That's correct.
She couldn't walk to the bathroom, is that right?
That's correct.
She couldn't pick up a rag, is that correct?
That's correct.
She couldn't wet that rag, is that right?
Yes.
She couldn't stand up and touch a doorknob or touch a banister or anything else, correct?
Yes.
Once she was in that chair and shot, she wasn't moving from that chair, is that right?
That's correct.
So the blood on the doorknob that you're aware of came from who?
I assume it came from, was transferred blood from the hand.
And the same thing goes with the blood on the bench. That blood came.
Transferred by Mr. Yes.
The blood on the latch bolt on that back door. That came from whom?
That, I assume, came from Mr. Spector when he opened the latch bolt.
You're aware that Mr. Spector's white jacket was not found downstairs, but was rather removed and found upstairs, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that there was a diaper that had to be retrieved, correct?
Yes, that was retrieved, yes.
That was retrieved after the gunshot, correct?
Yes.
And who retrieved that diaper?
I assume the police did, I'm not sure.
I'm talking about before the police arrived to get blood on the diaper. Who had to handle the diaper inside the foyer area or inside the house between the gunshot and when the police arrived?
There was blood on the diaper, and I would assume that Mr. Spector had wiped Lana Clarkson's face with it, yes.
So he was the one manipulating the diaper, correct?
He was the one handling the diaper, yes.
The diaper was wetted with what appeared to be water. You're aware of
Yes.
that. Who would have had to have wetted the diaper?
Mr. Spector.
You just indicated that your understanding was that Lana Clarkson's face was at least partially wiped off or wiped down, correct?
That's my opinion.
Was she in any condition to wipe her face after that gunshot?
No,
Who would have wiped her face?
Mr. Spector.
And you're also aware that there were numerous phones found in Mr. Spector's home, correct?
I read that, but I don't recall it.
Do you recall how many phones were in his house?
No,
Does the number 14 sound correct?
could be.
Were you aware that there were 2 cell phones within about 3 feet or 4 feet of where Lana Clarkson was shot?
No, but I'll accept that.
Were you aware that there was a landline on the other side of Miss Clarkson? It looked like an old-timey telephone that was actually
I
plugged
was
in.
aware,
Let me finish, Dr. Bodden, I'm sorry. It was the old-timey type of telephone, but it had modern technology in it, that was actually plugged in and working order about 3 feet, 2 or 3 feet from Miss
I was aware that there were phones in the house and in the area.
help emanated from that house by Mr. Spector after that gun was fired, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you testified to this a little bit earlier, that you're aware that the condition of the jacket when it was found to have Lana Clarkson's blood on it. Is that right?
Yes,
And that was from back spatter, I think that you said it could have been as far as 4 feet away, correct?
yes.
Did you consider all of those factors in coming to your conclusion that this was a self-inflicted gunshot wound by Miss Clarkson while she was playing with or looking at the gun?
That's a long sentence. I consider all those factors in determining whose hand was on the gun, yes.
And ultimately your conclusion, as you put it yesterday, was Miss Clarkson's hands were on the gun. Miss Clarkson's hands were on the gun, and that this was a self-inflicted wound with her buttons facing her face, while she was either playing with or looking at the gun. That was your ultimate decision in this case, correct?
While she was handling the gun, yes.
Not that this was suicide.
I think it was self-inflicted. To determine suicide means to understand what she was thinking at the moment of the discharge. And it's not clear to me that, no, I don't think she came into that house intending to kill herself. But I think she was reckless and that she was depressed and that those factors come into play.
And that because she was reckless and depressed, she intentionally put a gun in her mouth and shot herself?
And had a lot of alcohol in her, yes, that happens sometimes.
And intentionally put the gun in her mouth and shot herself?
Well, intentionally puts a gun in the mouth, maybe not intending to kill herself, but it went off. I think, I can't read her mind, but I can say that her hands were on the gun when it was...
The wound, the GSR, the blood in the tissue, and the tissue on the buttons, and that there's no evidence in your mind that Mr. Spector was holding the gun, correct?
Tissue on the buttons and on the dress, yes.
All right.
Yes.
Tissue on the buttons and the dress or the jacket?
Jacket, the black jacket.
The tissue sample that was taken from here, correct?
Yeah.
I'm pointing to my left shoulder.
Well, the buttons and the tissues that came out, yes.
The buttons?
Yeah, yes.
The tissue that was taken from here?
Yeah, that
My left shoulder?
left shoulder and the right shoulder. Right.
And the right panel of under my lapel?
Yes.
All of that taken together tells you that her hands definitively were on the gun, correct?
All of that taken together. And the gunshot residue you put in her hand. Yeah, I think so.
All right. You think so?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm leaving anything out.
All right. You said that you don't know what she was thinking at the time, and certainly that would be helpful to know what a person is thinking before a gunshot and leaves a human being dead, correct?
That would help in determining the manner of death, not the cause of death.
Absolutely. And it would also help if there are two people in a room and a gunshot goes off and one of them walks out fine and the other one has a bullet shot through the back of her head. It also helped to know what was in the other person's mind, correct?
Yeah, but whatever else is in the other person's mind doesn't tell you whose hand was on the gun.
Well, let's see about that. Let's talk about Mr. Spector for a second. You agree, at least with the proposition, that you need to take into consideration as a neutral, objective, independent scientist, you need to take into consideration the mindset of the other party. That would be Mr. Spector, correct?
The mindset doesn't help tell whose hand was on the gun.
Do you have to consider, or should you consider, Mr. Spector's state of mind at the time that gunshot went off?
Mr. Jackson.
That's yes or no, sir. If you don't, say no.
Can I answer
Hold
that?
it just a second. If you cannot answer yes or no, tell us that.
I can't answer yes or no.
Then go ahead and explain it.
Yeah. Whatever was in the mindset of Lana Clarkson and whatever was in the mindset of Mrs. Spector does not tell me whose hand was on the gun. So that's why whether Lana Clarkson intended to kill herself or didn't intend to kill herself or was just fooling around, that's interesting, but that doesn't tell me that she shot herself. What tells me she shot herself is the other evidences that you mentioned.
Right. The intraoral nature, the GSR, blood in the tissue, and the fact that there's no physical evidence suggesting that he was holding the gun, correct?
Or is there no evidence of a struggle?
No evidence of the struggle, notwithstanding the bruising that we talked about earlier.
That's right.
All right. By the way, you indicated, talking about that struggle before we get into the other area I was about to touch on, you indicated that in your mind, I think you said this yesterday, in your mind, the broken fingernail tells you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that she pushed the trigger with her thumb and chipped the acrylic off her nail, correct?
Yeah.
Is that yes or no?
She didn't break her fingernail. She broke the acrylic covering the fingernail. The fingernail itself was intact. And I have seen numbers of situations where fingernails are broken in struggles. Her fingernail was not broken. I've seen other numbers of situations where there's bruising and injury to the thumb in people who pull the trigger with the thumb. And that's what my interpretation of the chipped acrylic on the outside of the fingernail was.
Okay. And of course, if she broke her fingernail sitting in a chair, like Mr. Dixon sitting in this chair, you'd certainly expect that fingernail to be somewhere right around here, correct?
Exactly. And I expect, yes, can I explain?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I would expect it to shatter, and there was some fingernail stuff on her that Miss Harold picked up, I think, on that sticky thing, which that looked like fingernail polish, that for whatever reason wasn't further identified. So I do think that there was a chipping of the fingernail. I think it shattered. I think some of it was on the dress. I think some of it got picked up on the sticky material that was used to pick it up and wasn't examined further.
You're aware that her fingernails were not polished. They had a French tip, correct?
I don't know what polish or not polish. It had the fingernail material.
You're also aware of a little white thing that was found on her abdomen, correct? You read the
some
report?
tooth material, right?
Right, that was tooth, not fingernail.
Yeah, but I'm talking about on the sticky stuff.
You're not getting that tooth material and a fingernail confused.
No.
All right.
Can I read to you?
No. I'm asking you if you're confused or if you're sure that...
Fingernail and tooth, because that little chip is missing. It didn't, but I think it would have shattered more than have a 1/4 inch piece of material.
So you think that the Sheriff's Department, when they took a tape lift off of Miss Clarkson's dress, just missed a 1/4 inch piece of acrylic nail that was chipped
No,
off?
it wasn't acrylic. It was shattered into fine pieces.
That wasn't acrylic?
That Ms. Harold describes some fingernail material in one of the little pieces of material on the tape that, as I could understand, she didn't analyze further to determine exactly what it was.
In fact, Dr. Bodden, that 1/4 inch piece of fingernail was never recovered at the crime scene. You're aware of that, correct?
I don't, when it came off, it's not a 1/4 inch necessarily. That is, the material that was loosened from the fingernail, the acrylic stuff, was never identified. That's correct. Except for that one comment by Ms. Harold on the tape lift from the dress.
And you're aware that Dr. Harold testified in this court that that fingernail was never recovered and she did not analyze anything that she thought was a fingernail particle or anything like that?
She comments on it. I mean, she says that she thinks it might be a piece of a question mark part of fingernail polish is what she has.
On
the tape lift that she took off the dress. And that fragment was not further analyzed. If it turned out to be acrylic, it'd be tell you a lot about what happened to that broken piece of the nail.
You're aware
top of the nail.
Dr. Harold later testified that, in fact, the 1/4 inch portion of the fingernail that came off, notwithstanding what she originally looked at in notes concerning a tape lift, further analysis indicated that that portion of the fingernail was never recovered. At least she never got it.
Whatever, I don't know what they
You wouldn't quarrel with that testimony if I told you that's what the testimony was?
I wouldn't quarrel with that if she said that.
Okay.
However, I don't know if I agree with it.
All right. And you were there, by the way, at the crime scene on February 4th when the crime scene was turned over to the defense?
Yes.
And Dr. Lee was with you?
Yes.
Now let's get back to these incidents that, well, let me ask it this way. You said, I think just a second ago, pursuant to one of my other questions, that it was relatively important to know what she was thinking, and you didn't know what she was thinking at the time of the gunshot, correct?
No, it's important to be able to classify as accident or suicide. It's not important to determine whether it was self-inflicted or not.
Okay. Now, with regard to that same line of thinking, it would be important to classify this to know what Mr. Spector was thinking. Let's get back to that point. You'd have to consider those factors, correct?
No.
So you would ignore, notwithstanding the fact that You considered emails and letters and drug records, like from Long's
Right.
Drugs, and medical records from Lana Clarkson. You're saying that it would not be equally important to consider Mr. Spector's history and what brought him to this particular time and place at the same time that Lana Clarkson came to this intersection. It would not be equally important in your
It's
mind.
not equally important because once the opinion is made and the evidence shows that that her hands were on the gun, then what's in her mind is important. What in his mind isn't,
So in other words, what you're
for
saying,
classification purposes.
what you're saying, Dr. Bodden, is because you made a determination based on GSR, on tissue on the buttons and other portions, on the nature of the intraoral gunshot wound, and on the broken nail,
And the lack of a struggle.
and the lack of a struggle in your mind, you didn't need to go any further.
I went a lot further, but what he's thinking or other people are thinking doesn't affect that decision. It's what Lana Clarkson is thinking that's important as far as classification as to manner. But as far as cause of death, whose hand was on the gun, that includes all the considerations that you made without the information from the manner of death. The cause of death is separate from the manner of death.
All right, well, let's take them one at a time real quick before we get into this. I mean, I'm not sure I'm following you. You indicated that one of the reasons for your opinion that her hand was on the gun is because of the nature of the wound, intraoral gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes,
But
yes.
you've also admitted that intraoral gunshot wounds can be homicide, correct?
Yes.
All right, second point. You indicated that because there was more GSR on her and less on him, that would suggest to you that her hand was on the gun, not his, correct?
That's a factor, yes.
But in fact, I showed you a picture of a mannequin just a second ago that wherein the model basically had his hands up around the wrist area, which in the vicinity of a gun, if it went off, yet the mannequin was held, the mannequin's arm was held out in front as if holding a gun. Correct? That was the basic
Repeat
picture.
Repeat that again.
Let's put the picture up.
I think there may have been a misstatement in what you just said, but let's put the picture up.
I made a mistake. All right. Just a second ago, I asked you a question about the blood on her hands, and you said it would be consistent, just as consistent with this configuration as it would be with her having her hands on the gun, correct?
Correct. What's the exhibit?
That's a good question.
189.
Well, thank you.
I assume in this photograph
We'll get it back up in a second.
that this gentleman is Lana Clarkson, right?
Let's make that assumption.
And that this is Lana Clarkson's hand on the weapon.
The doctor was talking about the person in the blue.
Yeah, on the weapon in his mouth.
Wait, you're assuming what?
I'm assuming that what you're pointing out in this photograph is that this gloved hand would be holding the gun in his mouth. Is this Lana Clarkson here on the left?
Assume that the model in the blue is Lana Clarkson sitting in the chair.
Yeah.
And assume that the mannequin represents Philip Spector wearing Philip Spector's jacket.
Okay.
All right, now what are you
Now,
saying?
what I'm saying is if this weapon,
You are talking over each other, please. All right, go ahead.
if this weapon being held by Lana Clarkson in blue were in her mouth at the time of discharge, and Mr. Spector were here where the mannequin is, he would have gotten tooth fragments, blood, a lot of stuff on him that isn't present on him.
All I'm asking about, doctor, is the position of the hands.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that,
Well, tell me about the position of the hands, Dr. Bodden.
what about that the hands could be in her mouth?
Tell me about the position of the hands.
Clarify your
Sure,
question.
sure. If I can ask Mr. Dixon just to put his right hand, I'm going to put my right hand out and put his hands on my sleeve. Okay. Does that look like what you're looking at in the? Does that look like what you're looking at in the photograph, Dr. Bodden?
Well, Your Honor,
have the photo.
I know he's asking if the demonstration resembles what's in the photograph.
Not quite, but I see what you're trying to say.
Okay.
So we want to do that?
That's-
Let's do it that way, because I'm confused by what you pointed to in the photo.
Dr. Bodden, well, let's see if we can get you unconfused. I'm just asking you to look.
Wait a minute.
Excuse me, Mr. Rosen?
Yes.
Don't raise your voice like that. I assume you were pointing to Mr. Jackson. Just make an objection and I'll take care of it. Ed, ask your next question. We'll go from there.
Do you see the configuration of the mannequin and all the model in blue?
Can I have?
Absolutely. Yes. Equals 189.
Okay, I can see it better here.
Okay. Dr. Bodden, go ahead and use that one for your reference. My question is simply, do you see the configuration of the hands up around the mouth of the model?
Yes.
All right, now let's assume that the mannequin, not the model, but the mannequin, has a gun in its hand.
Yes.
Okay. You've already indicated that based on where the model's hands are, and let's call the model in blue consistent with Lana Clarkson seated in the chair, based on where her hands would be, based on this photograph taken by the defense team with their mannequin during their inspection of the evidence, that would be consistent with how Lana Clarkson could get blood, the blood that you saw on her hands. You've already testified to that, correct?
Yeah, that would be consistent with how she could get blood on her hands if her hands were on top of Mr. Spector's hands that you're saying is in this photograph.
On top of Mr. Spector's hands.
Well, you're saying that Lana Clarkson's hand is on top of Mr. Spector's right hand, right? Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Bodden, I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you if you can tell where in this configuration that the defense team took a picture of, where her hands appear to be grasping at the wrist of the mannequin.
Right.
Okay? If you assume that there's a gun in the mannequin's right hand,
Right.
would this configuration be consistent with how Lana Clarkson could get blood on her hands?
It could be, for the limited question of how she could get blood on her hands, yes.
And isn't it also consistent if there was a gun in the mannequin's hands?
Well,
All four hands in this area, as well as the model and et cetera, are going to get, you'd expect to find GSR on those.
yes, you can get GSR on all the hands, but there are other aspects of this that wouldn't work.
All I'm asking about is GSR, Dr. Bodden. That's how we started this conversation.
Possible, yes.
All right, so you would expect the GSR would be on this model's left hand, correct? Because of the cloud that goes a couple feet, right?
Yes,
You would expect GSR would be on the right hand because the cloud goes a couple feet,
right,
correct?
yes,
You would expect the GSR would be on the mannequin's right hand, correct?
yes,
And even if the left of the mannequin were grasping at Lana Clarkson's right wrist, however, you're aware that Lana Clarkson didn't move after she was shot, correct?
well, she moved, but she didn't get up and go anyplace. She
She
was
was on
up.
her hands.
That's correct.
And you're also aware Phil Spector did get up and move, or I say get up, did move after
After the incident, yes.
the shot was fired, correct?
Yes,
And included in that movement was taking off this jacket. Is that right? Going upstairs,
yes.
going to the door,
To open the door, yes.
touching the banister,
Yes,
The third thing you said was the nail was broken on the trigger, correct?
Yes.
Yet the nail wasn't recovered at the scene, and that nail could have been broken in any number of ways other than on the trigger, correct?
So, and if that nail banged against something metal, it could have broken. With the circumstance we have, impacting against the trigger guard is a good way of injuring the thumb, in my experience.
I understand that. And
could have happened other ways, too.
that's my question. Could it have happened other ways, Doctor?
It could have happened other ways.
Okay. And you indicated that there was no sign of a struggle in your mind? Correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you say a struggle, you mean an all-out fight. We're talking about a street fight where you get skin under the nails and knocking furniture over and things like that, correct?
No, but a struggle in which things are put in disarray if there were a struggle.
And of course, if I were to grab Mr. Dixon's arm and he were to try to pull it away from me, and I don't let him, may not be the greatest struggle in the world, but that's a little struggle right there, isn't it?
Incidentally,
Is that yes or no, sir?
could there be, repeat the question, please?
Sure. I'm talking about degrees of struggle. You say there's no evidence of a struggle. Certainly could be degrees of struggle. There's no evidence of an all-out brawl or fist fight, correct?
Right. There's no evidence of even a small brawl. There's all levels of struggle. You're right.
Right. And of course, if in the average mugging, you're from New York, you probably know more about this than we do. In the average mugging, Dr. Bob.
In the average money relevancy materiality.
I think he's just making a point. The objection
New York is getting safer and safer.
Absolutely. Here, here. Here, here.
Thank you. I don't need any letters from those in New York. We're good. Okay.
With regard to the average incident where one person has a gun and the other doesn't, you have an armed person and an unarmed person, a lot of times there won't be much of a struggle because of the nature of that interaction, correct?
That may happen. That may happen.
With regard to Mr. Spector's history, you're aware that he has a violent history with women when mixed with alcohol, correct?
No.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm going to object to Mr. Hand's line of questioning. I know we've talked about this a bit, but I'd like to have a running objection to all of this, if I may.
Are you aware there's been testimony of a violent history? We'll do it that way. All right?
Yeah, I'm aware there's been testimony of violent history, not necessarily physically hurting somebody, but
Understand.
by actions.
All right, well, let's talk about a couple of those. You're aware that in July of 1993, Dorothy Melvin has testified that, I started that question backwards. She didn't testify in July of 1993. She testified that in July of 1993, she had an interaction with Mr. Spector. This was after a night of drinking. She found Mr. Spector in the morning pointing a handgun, his handgun, at her car, and she confronted him. He slapped her with the gun in hand and ordered her into the house. He then ordered her upstairs and to take off certain clothing. She refused. There was an ongoing colloquy between the two while he was holding her at gunpoint. She eventually begged to leave. He relented at some point, allowed her to leave. While pointing the gun in her face, she went out to the car, got in the car, began to drive away. And down at the back gate, when she was attempting to leave, he chased her down the driveway with a shotgun in his hand. You're aware of that incident, correct?
Excuse me. Objection. It misquotes the evidence. It's a minor point, but it misquotes.
Well,
There was
jury has in mind the testimony, so you'll consider that in evaluating this particular bit of testimony. You may
Thank
proceed.
you. I simply have a question about that incident. Were you aware of that incident as I've described it?
Yes.
Did that impact your opinion in any way?
That impacted my opinion on the circumstances, yes.
Does it change your opinion in any way?
It doesn't change my opinion on whose hand was on the gun.
With regard to a second incident, are you aware that Stephanie Jennings testified that in January of 1995 at the Carlisle Hotel, she had a similar incident with Mr. Spector, wherein he had spent the evening drinking. She refused to go to his hotel room. He showed up at her hotel door with gun in hand. He refused to allow her to leave. She ended up having to call the police. All the while, the gun was pointed in her direction. Again, his gun looked like a handgun to her. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
You're aware that he blocked the door and wouldn't allow her to leave?
Yes.
Did that incident play any part in your ultimate opinion or conclusion in this case?
It didn't. It doesn't play a part in my ultimate conclusion as whose hand was on the trigger. That's correct.
With regard to Diane Ogden, are you aware that she testified that in 1988, actually she had two incidents after spending an evening with Mr. Spector. He had been drinking, consuming alcohol. She wanted to leave his house. She actually walked over and put her purse on her arm. I think she indicated her left arm in her case. He pulled a gun, he forced her into a chair, and began pressing the weapon into her head, face, cheek, neck, before finally she talked him out of pointing the gun at her, forced her upstairs. She ended up spending the night while he had the gun on the bed. Are you aware of that incident?
Yes.
Did that in any way impact your opinion in this case?
Well, it impacts opinions, but not the opinion on whose hand was on the gun, whose finger was on the trigger. You're aware of a second incident that occurred 2 weeks later with Diane Ogden, wherein she wanted to leave, almost an identical circumstance. Mr. Spector had been drinking, he had been consuming alcohol. She believed that he was at least inebriated or what she'd call plain drunk. That he pulled another gun, began to chase her out of the house. She ended up running to her car. He began banging on her car window with the gun until she was able to escape to safety. You're aware of that incident? Yes.
Did that impact your opinion or conclusions in this case?
Not my conclusion as to whose hand was on the trigger.
And with regard to Melissa Grosvenor, are you aware of her testimony as well?
Yes.
And she testified that in 1992 at Pasadena House, Miss House in Pasadena, that he had been drinking. They had been out to dinner together. He had consumed alcohol, a substantial amount of alcohol, such that she said he was beginning to get drunk. Ultimately, the hour was late. She was jet lagged. She wanted to leave. He left the room without saying a word, walked back in, was wearing a shoulder holster, and was pointing a handgun directly at her face. He walked up to her, held the gun to her head, and forced her. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
He held her at gunpoint in the chair basically all night until the next morning when she awoke. She then left the Pasadena house, went to the airport, and flew back to New York. Are you aware of that portion of the testimony as well?
Yes.
Did that have any impact one way or the other on your ultimate conclusion or opinion in this case?
Not on my ultimate opinion.
Are you aware that Vince Tenazzo testified with regard to question? Are you aware that Vince Tenazzo testified that he was at Joan Rivers' house? He was actually acting as security on a couple of different occasions in the mid-'90s, early to mid-'90s, and that Mr. Spector was at that location at some point in two different occasions. He had an altercation wherein he was actually escorted off the premises, but before leaving the premises, he stated, "Women are all cunts, and they all deserve a bullet in their head." Are you aware of that statement?
Yes. I didn't remember the name, but I remember the statement.
And you're aware that ultimately Lana Clarkson died in Philip Spector's foyer with a bullet in her head, correct?
Yes.
Did any of that change your opinion or conclusion in this case?
Not my conclusion as to who pulled the trigger.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, that's all I have for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect. You may.
Dr. Bob, do you still have Exhibit 186 before you? That's the picture of the mannequin and Dr. DeMeo and,
Is that 186 or 189?
That was 189.
like I said, 189. Do you have that before you?
No, I have 187 here.
Can I have 189, please? The actual picture, and then if we can get it on the board, and I'll show them the picture and so forth. So for the record, showing you Exhibit 189. A lot of questions were asked of you of this particular orientation that was done at the crime lab. But first of all, that's actually Dr. DeMeo. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that handsome gentleman is Mr. Brunon in the back. That's your wife, and that's you. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And this,
And that's Mr. Spector's jacket, I believe.
okay, Mr. Spector's jacket with the arrows and so forth. And this was at the Sheriff's Department Crime Laboratory back in May of 2006 when the defense experts were allowed an opportunity to go look at the physical evidence, and you were included in that along with all the attorneys, myself included. Is that correct?
Yes,
And your wife and pictured here, is that correct?
yes.
And I've got a question here before I go any further is, do you ever tell your wife what to do?
What I do?
In other words, do you tell her what to do?
No, I don't tell her what to do.
Okay. And she is an attorney, and she has a private practice, and she's a professional. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And did she ask your permission to be involved in this case? Was she asking you for permission? Is that what your testimony was?
no, she didn't ask me for
That's all I want to know, just whether she asked your
No.
permission. Okay. And with reference to the crime laboratory visit at the Sheriff's Department Crime Laboratory, was it Dr. DeMeo the mannequin in particular orientations?
Yes, and
was
gunshot
there-
residue and blood spatter evaluation.
Okay, tissue spatter, blood spatter, all of that, is that
Yes.
correct? And basically, was this orientation to put a lot of different orientations were done to see whether or not this pattern could be explained, is that true?
How it could be explained, yes.
Pattern on Mr. Spector's jacket on the left panel of the jacket, is that true?
Yes,
And Dr. Lee was there, Tish was there, Stu James was there, a ballistics expert was there, a number of people were there, is that true?
yes.
Okay, and basically the position here was to see if the blood spatter, they could explain why there'd be no blood spatter here on the arm or on the...
It's because there were questions raised, however, the question was leading. However, there were questions raised on cross about what this was being used for. It's appropriate, as long as it's asked in a non-leading fashion.
I have no objection for what it was being used for in Dr. Bodden's mind. Mr. Patton, the list of individuals and what they were using this picture for.
Well, it's a group effort. I think you can ask that with the understanding if it was being used by a group for a certain purpose and he was part of the group. So I'm going to allow it.
Dr. Bond,
If I may answer that question.
sure.
Yeah. There were a number of reasons to do this, setup. One of which I think Ms. Jackson spoke to was as the gunshot residue. I agree with Mr. Jackson that when there are four hands so close to, all four hands can with the holders and the non-holders of the weapon. I think also we were concerned about the blood spatters, and as you can see on the left panel, there are various blood spatters, and what was of interest in trying to reconstruct what happened is that with this scenario, with the right hand in the mouth, I would have expected the spatter on the right side of the jacket, not the left side of the jacket, of a shooter, if the shooter was not Miss Clarkson. Also, there were no blood spatters on the cuffs of the jacket, and there was one blood spatter which was on the back side of the right upper arm, that is, as I recall, up here someplace, which would indicate that in this scenario, the right arm, that's the shooting arm in this scenario, would have to be in a position exposed to the blood coming out of the mouth. And also that'd be a void area there because of, for any kind of tooth material coming out of the mouth, which did fly a great distance and would have struck a shooter who was in this kind of position. So that I think there were some things that are equivocal, like the gunshot residues on the hand in this position, which could be shooter or non-shooter. But the blood spatter and the dental evidence, tooth evidence, I think, were against this position.
Just for the record, so we have it clear, when Dr. Baden was describing where the arm would be, when he was talking about the one piece of spatter on the back of the right bicep, he moved his arm from right to left across at about the level of his neck in a horizontal position with the hand reaching over towards the left shoulder. Thank you.
Dr. Baden, this particular weekend, 2 days that we were pursuant to an agreement, understanding all the experts were allowed to see the evidence.
Yeah.
We were basically given 2 days to go and analyze it all.
Yeah, if I may say, the Sheriff's Department was very cooperative and professional in allowing us to come in and look at all the evidence. And I must also say that Dr. Lakshmanan and his personnel at the medical exam office were also very cooperative in whatever relationship I had with them.
Okay, very good, Doctor. Now, basically, this is one picture of many pictures with this jacket, and many orientations were looked at. Is that true?
Yes.
And the same thing was done with Lana Clarkson's jacket with a different mannequin. Is that also true?
Yeah, various positions were explored.
Okay, and basically, we brought the mannequins to the Sheriff's Department, and we went through and looked at all the evidence, did a lot of different things over the course of this weekend. Isn't that correct?
Over the 2 days, yes.
Okay, and this particular orientation, this particular photograph, Exhibit 189, was one of them that was looked at, and based upon this orientation, the physical evidence doesn't comport to the gun being fired with a person in the position of this mannequin inside the mouth. In other words, the physical evidence doesn't allow that conclusion to be made. Is that true?
Just a second while I rule on the objection. Yes.
It couldn't be more leading. It's actually testifying at this point.
Sustained. You may ask, go into the area in a non-leading fashion.
Does the physical evidence comport to the orientation shown in this photograph holding the gun inside the mouth of an individual who's seated?
Evidence doesn't comport, some of it does. The residues on the hands comports, but not all of it comports. Therefore, it couldn't happen in just that way.
Okay. And that was the purpose of all the different orientations. Was there ever an orientation done that, in your opinion, comported to explain all the evidence where the person represented by the mannequin was shot? In other words, was there any way that all the evidence could be explained by positioning the mannequin with the gun inside somebody's mouth?
No.
Now the teeth. Let's talk about the teeth. They were found at the near the wall, at the wall of the stairs, in the direct path of where Lana Clarkson was slumped in a chair. Is that correct? Some were.
Yes.
And then some were on the stairs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if somebody were in a position in front of Lana Clarkson and they had a gun, those up there would have had to gone physically through a human body. Correct? Should lead experts. Can we not do that?
No, not under all the facts of this case and on direct, you're going to go forward in a non-leading manner. I'm going to make that specific ruling given all the facts that have been presented to me, both on and off the record.
Okay.
All right?
Now that we're going to change the, I'm going to ask different questions. Dr. Baden, if Lana Clarkson was seated in a chair and somebody had a gun and they were in front of her, would the question that she lost the tooth material that was lost in her mouth, she's witnessed an autopsy, would that person be able to be in front of her? Would that physically be possible?
It would have had to impact against a person in front of her, and it didn't.
So the first question is, if the person was holding a gun inside her mouth, that person would be able to right in some fashion so that the teeth particles could go where they go. Correct?
The individual will have to be very much over to the side with the arm bent, with the hand bent, out of the way of the mouth material coming out of the mouth.
I'd like to use Mr. Rosen here for a minute, if he could maybe go to the well with his chair and ask you to come down, Dr. Baden.
You may step down. Yes.
So, if we could keep it 189 up for a moment.
Yes.
Pretty face.
Nobody should be subjected to that.
Okay, now, if you could position Mr. Rosen essentially in the same position the mannequin is, but you'd be the person that's technically the mannequin or whatever. And
You mean that?
yeah, in other words,
Oh, I'm sorry.
right.
Now, I would.
And basically just did what's being shown in the photograph, only use the person in the chair.
On this.
Not ever. Assuming
It is, I would be this way.
Yeah, assuming Mr. Rosen has his hands on the sleeves or the hands or whatever, where would you expect the tissue and the blood to go?
Against my right side,
And on the...
as a right-handed person.
Okay. Would you expect any to be on the right inner forearm and shoulder?
This one spot here wouldn't happen in that manner.
Okay. How about on the forearm and up here in the, like the right panel? Would you expect there be some injections, etc.?
If my right hand is holding the weapon and Ms. Clarkson's hand is on top of it, explaining gunshot residues, but it would, the blood spatters and teeth spatters, and even would come up on my right side, not my left side of the jacket.
Okay. On the arm and the jacket, or just the jacket?
Arm and jacket, arm, cuffs, jacket.
Okay. Now,
In the front, not the one in the back.
okay, very good. That's good. Thank you, Mr. Rosen. And Dr. Bob, if you could retake the witness stand. I'd like to now ask that an exhibit be marked next in order, DSC 0416.
This would be Q11.
Dr. Vine, is this another photograph of the event that occurred at the Sheriff's Department laboratory back in May of 2006? Another picture of another...
The photograph too, because I don't see it that good. Thank you. Yes, this is another demonstration.
Okay, and this is Mr. James here in the background, is that correct?
Yes, that's Mr. James.
Mr. Kish, is that correct? Here?
Yes.
And who's that?
Dr. Lee.
Okay, and are they basically doing some orientation shots of the black jacket that was worn by Lana Clarkson, the actual jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And now if we could have DSC 0410 next in order.
That would be R11.
Looking at R11 now.
Thank you.
See that'd be Mr. Kish and Mr. James. Also showing kind of a close-up of basically when the jacket was collected, ultimately at the coroner's office, they actually cut it up the back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the half of the jacket that would show the left arm. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, it was put on the mannequin, and where it was cut was put in the back where it would be, essentially. Is that true?
Yes.
And in this particular orientation, can you see the buttons in your photograph here?
I see it on the photo.
And does this orientation of the jacket and the buttons suggest that that tissue ejected from Miss Clarkson's mouth at the time that the shot was fired could have landed on the buttons?
Yes.
Okay, and so what was the purpose of this photograph as far as the buttons was concerned? What was the reason that this was being done?
One of the issues being looked at is if Miss Clarkson had the jacket on her right hand, could tissue material have landed on the button? And as we saw yesterday's demonstration, the buttons can go in different directions depending how the jacket is worn. And in our examination of the jacket, it could have been in the way facing the mouth.
Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the jacket, the history of the jacket. You were given photographs of Miss Clarkson at the scene where the jacket was on. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and we actually showed you some of those photographs. Isn't it also correct that you reviewed reports from criminalists that were at the scene that basically did evidence collection from Lana Clarkson's body? Is that also true?
Yes.
And did you receive information, both reports and testimony from a Jamie Lintemuth regarding the work that she did at the scene, as well as later on at the coroner's office concerning Miss Clarkson's body?
Yes.
Okay, I want to focus in on this area, if I can. Was there information from Miss Lintemuth, first of all, about whether or not the jacket would be removed at the scene or later on? Was there some information as to when that occurred?
Yes, there appears to be, there's a discussion at the scene as whether or not to remove the jacket before transport to the morgue, or to leave the jacket on the body, the best way of preserving the evidence.
Okay.
And it was decided to wrap a sheet around the head to prevent purge fluids from coming out, and to move the body in a plastic bag, in a body bag, in the morgue wagon down to the morgue. And that was done.
Okay.
We're going to go ahead and take our recess at this
Thank
point.
you.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, who is this person? I thought we weren't. How long is this person? Give me a time if they're not too long. They're not gonna tell me how long it is. Come on, Court TV. Tell me how long. never will size up. Eric Haticha, film and television producer. So he's going to get up there and say that she was very marketable and had no reason to be depressed. Another 40. Yeah, let's do this one and then call it a day.
The parties, jurors, and alternates are present as heretofore. I understand you want to interrupt the testimony of Dr. Bodden and put on another witness.
That's agreeable with the court, Your Honor.
Fine.
Short witness.
Okay.
It's fine. Your Honor, we'd like to call Eric Potisha.
Okay.
Let's go over there and stand by those.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated in the witness stand. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Eric Potisha, E-R-I-C-P-O-T-I-C-H-A.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Spell your last name again for me, please.
P like Peter, O-T-I-C-H-A.
And have you always spelled it that way?
That's correct.
I understand that you are employed in the entertainment industry?
Yes.
And in 2001, where were you employed?
I was employed at Fox Television Studios.
And what was your title or job description at that time?
I was Vice President of Television Development.
And did you know a young woman named Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
And you were friends with her, is that right?
Yeah.
As well as had a professional relationship in the sense that she would contact you for work and that sort of thing?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, may I approach witness? Yes. I'm placing before you an exhibit that we know as M to the 11 and folding it to the second page, an orangey colored letter. Have you ever seen that letter before?
I saw it for the first time the other day when the DA faxed it to me.
Okay. And was that the first time you'd ever seen it in your life?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go through this letter with you, if I may. And could we have that up, please? No, Your Honor. This is M11.
Thank you.
M11.
All right.
It's also F11 in the non-colorized version. You can refer to the letter that's on the stand before you. It's a little bit easier to read. But in any event, this letter appears to be addressed to Miss Lana Clarkson, LD Productions, etc. You note that?
Yes.
And did you know Miss Clarkson to have a company, or at least...
I'm really sorry, this is not...
Well, that concludes your testimony. Thank you. Yes. That's okay.
Really, I'm very sorry, I apologize.
That's okay.
Since it's your first offense, your phone will not be confiscated.
Okay.
All right. Did you know her to have an entity or something she called Living Doll Productions?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Okay. And do you recall if the mailing address for that, for her or that entity was on Washington Boulevard?
I don't recall.
Okay. Looking to the bottom of the letter, the signature portion, do you see what appears to be the name Eric Potisha?
No, I don't see that.
Well, do you see Eric?
Yes.
And next to that, do you see a name P-A-T-I-T-I-A?
Yes.
And phonetically, would a fair pronunciation of that be Potisha?
Not in my opinion. I just know how to spell my name accordingly.
Okay, well, I would assume so, but someone else trying to spell it phonetically, do you think that that might be an approximation that they might use?
Well, that's that calm perspective. Sustain.
All right. In any event, that's not your name, is it?
No, it's not.
And the title there, it says Head of New Programming. Was that your title at that time?
No.
Have you ever had that title?
No.
And but you did work for Fox Network, is that right?
No, I did not.
Okay. What entity did you work for?
I worked for Fox Television Studios.
Okay. So to say Fox Networks, that's erroneous as well, is that right?
That's not my title, correct.
Okay. Now, looking at the date of the letter, September 6, 2001, do you recall if prior to that time you had ever sent Ms. Clarkson any type of correspondence on Fox Television or Fox TV studio letterhead?
I don't recall having done so, no.
Okay. The letterhead, the format of that document there, is that letterhead you recognize any of the Fox entities?
It's not the one that I used.
Okay. Now, the letter refers to a meeting. In the first paragraph, it was great to see you last week. Thanks for coming by the lot, etc. I heard from Scott Carrison you were fantastic. Do you know someone named Scott Carrison?
I believe it's Scott Carlson. Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm sorry. My copy look like Carrison. All right. Did you have a meeting with 6, 2000?
Specifically.
Okay. What would be your best approximation of the you may have met her?
Well, I met with her in my office at least once, and I know it was in 2001, 2002, but I'm not really sure what the exact date is.
Okay.
I might have some email correspondence that would help.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to get there just while we're on that point. After you were contacted by the district attorney, did you provide some email to them? It was correspondence between yourself and Ms. Clarkson?
Yes.
Okay. And you explained to the district attorneys that interviewed you that you considered yourself to be a close friend or at least a good friend of Ms. Clarkson. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the next paragraph of the letter indicates, I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed watching your footage with you, and I really think you've got something there. Did you ever author any kind of a communication to her with that statement in it?
Specifically, no, I don't recall making that statement.
Okay. Next sentence says, if the rest of your stuff is as good as it seems, I will do everything in my power to get you a show. I believe in you, your talent, and I will be there to support you when the time is right. You must complete your project as well as your acting demo reels so that we can take it to the powers that be and begin to put your team together. Did you make that statement to Ms. Clarkson?
I don't believe so, not in those words.
Okay. Why don't you read through the balance of the letter and see if any portion of that is a statement that you ever made to Ms. Clarkson.
I will wait to hear from you, but I must stress that you have got to get this thing to me soon. We will begin casting all our new shows in the next few weeks. As far as a writing job, that window is already closed, but we can still get you in on the new casting season as an actor. See you soon, all the best.
Okay. Is that something that you wrote to her?
No.
So if this Patricia was supposed to...
Was she delusional, or did she see somebody else, not this guy? And what the heck? So was that a letter? Where'd the letter come from? Did she write that to somebody else? saying that this guy said all that stuff about her? What? I'm confused.
To be a phonetic rendition of your name. The signature's not yours either, I take it?
No.
Okay, so this is a complete forgery as far as you're concerned.
It's not my signature.
Now, I'm going to show you another document and ask you if you can tell me if you recognize what the form is. Senator, could we mark this next in order, please?
S11.
Placing this multi-page document before you, would you look through it and see if it is the type of document or contains the type of information that you're familiar with in the film or movie business? Or television, for that matter.
I've seen versions of this before.
Would that be a written version of what those of us that are not in the industry might call titles or credits that go at the, credits that go at the end of a production or a piece?
Yeah, it could be at the end or the beginning. It's a credit or title sequence.
Why don't you turn back to the first page and see what this credit was for, what these credits were for.
Okay.
And what were these credits for?
Do you want me to read this? I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Right here, let me do it all. Were these credits for Living Doll Productions, a special comedy showcase written and produced and directed by Lana Clarkson?
That's what it looked like, yeah.
Okay. I'd like you to turn to the page with a yellow sticky on it, and we'll go back to page before, and there's a section called Special Thanks. Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and as Roger Corman, Julie Corman, et cetera, you see those names?
Yes.
Okay. And looking on the next page, there's a highlighted name. You see that name?
Yes.
And what's that name?
Eric Patitia.
Okay. That's the same spelling as is on the letter that purported to be from the Fox network. Is that right?
Yeah, looks like the same.
Okay. Now, did you had spoken with her, given her some encouragement in regard to the little video project she was doing, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And having been a friend of hers, having given her some encouragement, correct? Or special thanks?
It's never happened before that I can think of.
All right. In any event, this Eric Patitia is not you either, is it?
That is not me.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another document that I would like to mark T11.
All right.
And this is... place this before you. I'm going to ask you if you've ever seen that document before.
No, I don't recognize this.
Okay. The video that Ms. Clarkson prepared, did she refer to that as her showcase, the showcase?
I'm not sure. I think she had a show that she was doing, a live show, and there was a video. They may have had parts of that show. I can't remember specifically. She may have.
In any event, in the second paragraph, there's reference to, well, let me go to the end first. If you look at the last page, do you see how that is signed? Mm-hmm. And is that signed, All My Love, Yours, Lana?
That's what it says.
Okay. Now, going back to the first page, there's a reference in the first sentence of the second paragraph about filming the showcase. Is that right?
Right.
And then in the 4 lines down from that is a reference to one of my goals, which I've yet to achieve, is the repayment of my production loans, which you've kindly contributed to the project. So do you see that language there?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes. Yes, thank you.
And that appears to be referring to prior loans that the recipient of this letter has made to the author of the letter. Is that right?
Say that again?
Objection, Your Honor. This asking for speculation.
I'm asking for, I'm trying to do this in a foundational matter to put this into perspective, Your Honor.
Well, I think that's I still think the objection is well taken and sustained.
Does the, do you see in there the language is?
Will be the same objection.
I don't know what the question is yet.
It's reference to production loans which you have kindly contributed to the.
That's, what's his name? Brunon, something like that. He's defense. I was thinking that was Dixon. I get them two confused. Because I was going to say, how does this help the prosecution? But that's the defense witness. So why did they have to interrupt, what's his name, Bodden? That's okay. Bodden was getting boring anyway. I thought maybe the prosecution, because the prosecution's been sprinkling in their witnesses the whole time. In between the defense witnesses. This has been the most unorganized, confusing trial. But this is a defense witness. So, my bad. Sorry.
Project. You see that reference in there?
Just asking if he sees it. I don't know what the follow-up question.
Objection relevancy, so he sees it.
I don't know yet. That part is a foundation to the question which may be relevant. The objection, you mean?
Yeah. Get to the real question.
Almost the question. All right, go ahead.
That's still a question. All right. Would you look in the next paragraph down, second view?
I see that.
Now, we'll get to the question. What I'd like you to do is to look on the next page, which should say 3461 on the bottom. And there's a paragraph that begins about 1/3 from the bottom. And in that paragraph, did you see a reference to a meeting on the Fox lot last month with a very powerful Fox executive?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you'd be kind enough to take the letter that is over the signature of Patricia and follow along with me and see if you see this language in that letter.
Objection relevancy. This witness is just going to be a reader for us?
I don't.
It's foundational, Your Honor.
Well, they're all foundational.
You got to start.
Hopefully something will be built on the foundation. If it turns out that nothing is, we'll just strike it off. All right, you may proceed.
You see the language in there, Lana, if your stuff is as good as it seems, I will do everything in my power to get you a show, etc.
I see that.
Do you see that same language verbatim in the letter addressed to Hugo?
Well, objection, I don't think it's verbatim. And again, relevancy, why is this witness the reader here?
I think I see where, just a second, I think I see where you're going, but I think all you can do is use this witness to establish what's in his letter. You can point something out, and you can argue that as appropriate at a later time.
All right. Did you, Mr. Patricia, at any time authorize Ms. Clarkson to use your identity and your purported letter, including quoting from it, in an effort to borrow money from Hugo Quackenbush?
Objection, Ms. States, the evidence assumes facts not in evidence.
The way the question is phrased, sustained. I think the bottom line, did he ever permit just his quote to be used in another letter would be fine. It would be non-objectionable.
Okay. All right, I'll ask you that question. Did you ever authorize Ms. Clarkson to use any purported quote from you in another letter to another individual for any purpose?
I'm not clear what purported letter you're
Well, the first letter on the Fox stationery signed Patricia, misspelled name, you see language that is virtually identical in the exhibit that's the Hugo letter T11, correct?
Objection, that's calling for a conclusion. My same earlier objection.
Does this sound virtually identical? I don't have the letter in front of me.
Well, I think it goes beyond that is to the whole reader concept. I mean, the letters.
She forged it to try to get production money out of someone, to make it look like she had this big deal coming up with Fox, and that I guess she needed more money to borrow more money or something. And she was trying to show the person she needed to borrow money from that she had this big deal coming up with Fox and that she could pay them back. So I guess the defense is using this as another reason she was depressed.
The other problem that I do see, if the letter is not his, and I think that's probably a given at this point, he couldn't have given permission to use it to someone else. I mean, that's more argument. It's not his letter.
Well, at any event, Mr. Patricia, did you ever authorize Ms. Clarkson to use your identity in an effort to borrow money from another individual?
No.
Well, among the, you know what, I'm not going to ask about these other emails at this point. I'm not going to ask any additional questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming. I assume you're probably a pretty busy guy, right?
Yeah, relatively. Not today.
Okay. Well, you didn't have to wait that long. Compared to some. In some of your answers to the defense attorney, you suggested that you knew Lana Clarkson and considered her to be a friend, a good friend.
Yeah, I would say so.
And during what period of time are we talking about?
2001, 2002.
In fact, you found her to be not only a good friend, but thoughtful, classy, and charming person. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, she was.
It's some, and why? Based on what? How, your friendship with her, your interactions with her? Please tell us.
Well, in my position, I meet a lot of people, and a lot of people that are trying to push their careers first and foremost when they understand who I am and that I may have an ability to help them. Usually I don't, but she was I actually liked as a person. We talked very little about her career in the beginning when I got to know her. And I found her to be charming. I thought she had a sincere smile. I know that may sound odd, but there's a lot of insincere smiles here in Los Angeles and in my business, and I thought hers was a sincere smile. Those are my instant impressions.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you found her to be somewhat exceptional in your business as far as being sincere, charming, and friendly?
Yeah, I would say so.
At some point, and let's just call it, because I don't know whether it's showcase or video, her one-person video or show, let's call it the video, okay? Did she send that to you?
She did. Yes, she did.
And how did it come to you?
I remember it being, well, I actually remember it was very cleverly done. She'd spent some time unwrapping it, putting it in a old film canister, or a plastic version of an old film canister, and she had put, I believe, like red velvet inside and some candy. And again, I get a lot of submissions, but she took the time to actually make it creative, which is why I remember it vividly.
So it was like what we think about with those old 35 millimeter reels.
Right.
It was something like, shaped like that.
That's correct.
And inside it, you found this video with her one-person show and some candy.
Correct.
Okay. And did you know her pretty well at that time that you received this?
I'd seen her maybe six times socially before then, so pretty well.
So this sounds like a kind of a charming, classy way to get this video to you.
Right.
Consistent with the Lana Clarkson that you knew.
Absolutely.
Okay. And did you take a look at the video, the one-person show?
I did.
Okay. And what did, let me withdraw that and ask you this. At the time that you received the candy box that looked like a movie reel that had her video inside, what exactly was your job?
What was mine? Can you repeat that?
What was your job when you received?
As it related to the video?
Yeah, what was your job at Fox or 20th Century?
I was in charge of developing TV shows for the studio upon which I worked that day on a TV movie, I believe, and I'd looked at her reel with an eye at potentially casting her in one of the roles for the TV movie.
I guess I was asking about your job in the larger sense, but that's fine because when you looked at this, you had perhaps something in mind.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And in that kind of job, I'm sure you get a lot of people pushing themselves or their talent, and I don't mean that in a negative sense, but want to get you to take a look at them, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
But you looked at Lana's video, her one-person show, and what did you think?
I'm having a hard time remembering specifically. It was a long time ago, and I've seen a lot of them, but I remember it being decent.
Did you think she had some talent that might be worth pursuing?
Yeah, I did.
And did you, as a result of that, well, let me withdraw that and ask you this. Did you think that as a result of watching the video that she had enough talent to be taken seriously?
Yes.
What do you mean by seriously?
Well, if I recommended somebody based on their work, that's taken seriously, that I would look at it and receive the material in the context of my job, means I take it seriously, and that I would put her up for a role based on what I saw, means that I took her work seriously.
And in doing that, and doing what you just described for someone, for example, if you did that for Lana Clarkson, but for anyone, you would be putting kind of the, to some degree, your reputation, your professional reputation, your endorsement behind that person.
Absolutely.
And you felt comfortable in doing that with Lana Clarkson, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of looking at the video, did you at some point invite her to the studio?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that, please.
I'm trying to remember, but I think that when I made the invitation, when I made the overture, she had never been to the studio before, and so she thought it would be nice to see it, and I thought it would be nice to show her. And I had some notes and ideas for her based on the showcase that I was going to give her, but I don't remember specifically what they were.
Okay. Maybe I could just pursue that for a moment. What do you mean by notes? I'm not obviously in your business. What do you mean by notes based on the showcase her video that you had? I understand you don't remember them, but what would that be?
Well, my recollection was that this was something that she had written and possibly produced and co-directed, and so therefore I had looked at it not only as a sample of her acting, but rather her writing, and I had some suggestions for how she could improve it.
that you, based on viewing that video with all those kind of, again, because I'm not in the industry, those jobs in mind, producing or directing or acting, did you think that she had some talent in maybe more than one of those areas?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Talent that was worth encouraging and pursuing.
Yes, indeed.
I'm not going to burden us all with a lot of emails, but I have just two, and I think it's a kind of a conversation that I'd like to highlight. We're going to have to use the Elmo, Your Honor, and I think our next in order is 190.
It is.
And I'll apologize ahead of time. Mr. Jackson knows I like to highlight it, so I highlighted some of these, not thinking they were going to go on the Elmo.
All right.
Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay, this would be 190, Your Honor. It's an email apparently. Sure. It's 25050, and the next one is the next page, 25051. And that first one is dated July 16th, 2001. I believe it's from Lana Clarkson to this witness.
Okay, that'll be marked 191.
Your Honor, I think our next was 190, but I could...
No, you marked the first one. I thought the first one was
that
marked.
was the first one. This is the first one.
Oh, that's 190. The second one will be 191.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And maybe we could freeze that out. Can you read that? It's not quite in focus.
Yeah, I can read it.
That's your name at the top, correct?
Correct.
Spelled correctly?
Yes.
And this was an email that you received from Lana Clarkson?
It appears so, yes.
Well, apparently she could spell your name right.
That is correct.
And she says, hey, E, to you, and I hope you had a nice weekend, and goes on there, makes, in the beginning of the second paragraph, a reference to Vesco. What's that?
Vesco is a friend of mine that had a production company, a low-budget production company, and I believed I had recommended to her that he might be interested in help with her showcase, providing camera equipment. I'm trying to remember what Vesco was doing at the time, but he had a camera outfit as well as a production company. What I mean by a camera outfit is that he had equipment that could be rented or given a rent as a gift for people to use.
And you knew him professionally?
Yes.
And you suggested to Lana Clarkson at some point that she contact him?
Yes, absolutely.
And again, you were doing that because you thought you had some talent that should be pursued and maybe this Mr. Vesco could help it.
I thought it could benefit both of them, actually.
Now I'd like to have Mr. Jackson's pointer here. Going down to the third paragraph, read Kmart advertising pitch. Ms. Clarkson said at the time, I'm willing to put this together with you, no problem. As soon as I open the play in August 1st, I'm swamped until then. Did you know what she was talking about in that email?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
All right. Did you know that in her past she'd done a Kmart advertising?
No, I didn't know that.
And anyway, at the end of the email, she says, thanks again for all, Miss Lana, correct?
Correct.
And let's see, the date on that is Monday, July 16th, 2001, and it's dated, a timestamp, I hope it's right, 10:43 a.m., correct?
That is correct.
Okay, maybe we could do 191 next. Now, as we look at 191, this appears, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that it's an email from you to Lana Clarkson. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's dated the same day as the last one we looked at, People's 190. Just maybe 20, 25 minutes later, 11 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
So it appears to be there in response to one another, right?
That is correct.
And in this one, you said to Lana Clarkson, it's a pleasure helping a talented person achieve what's theirs. Keep calling Vesco, be persistent, let me know about the play. Correct?
Apart from the court grammar of that, yes, that's mine.
Well, I didn't notice. And it's signed Eric and DP, correct?
Correct.
So in that response to the email we just looked at, People's 190, you were in essence telling her to keep trying to contact this friend of yours, Vesco, about pursuing things, telling her to be persistent, right?
Yes, correct.
And really confirming with her that your view that she was a talented person and could keep trying at this.
Yeah.
Was she a persistent person?
Yeah, she was.
She had goals?
Absolutely.
And we're always trying to work towards those.
But it always did it in I thought, a clever and classy manner without making it seem like it was pushy.
Like the canister for the video. You had a problem that she said to somebody, Eric thought I was a talented person?
No.
Could I have a moment, please, Your Honor? Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes.
Mr. Letitia, you considered Ms. Clarkson to be talented, charming, and classy, is that right?
Yes.
And you'd have no problem if she used your name with another person as a reference to another person to try to get work?
No, I wouldn't have no problem with that.
Okay. Would you consider it to be clever, classy, and charming to send out a series of forged letters bearing that?
That's not evidence, it is argumentative.
Well, the problem is the author of the forgeries, and that is an issue, as I understand.
I didn't say she was the author. I said she sent them out.
Well, actually, I was using publishing as part of the forgery, if you will. Is there any proof that she sent them out?
Yes, Your Honor. They
All
were
right.
attachments.
Based upon that, you may ask the question.
Would you consider it to be a classy, clever act to send out a letter soliciting money containing 3 forged letters?
No, I would not.
Okay. And in allowing her to use you as a reference, would you allow her to use a letter that bore a name similar to yours, from a company similar to yours, in a position similar to yours, to try to get money from a benefactor up in San Francisco?
Can you repeat the first part of that question?
Would you allow her to use a statement attributed to you that you didn't make to try to get money?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. Now, after you saw the video, thought she had some talent, were you able to get her into any position? Were you able to get her cast in any position?
I was able to make some successful introductions for her.
Did she actually get jobs from those introductions that you know of?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. So you tried to assist her because you were friendly with her, but as far as you know, it didn't come to fruition with an actual paying job. Is that a fair statement?
I tried to assist her because I thought she was talented.
Okay. Whatever the reason was that you tried to assist her, you were unable to help her secure a job through your efforts, correct?
That I'm aware of, correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to the emails that Mr. Dixon just showed you, you provided the prosecution with some additional emails, correct?
Correct.
And it's not up there anymore, but Subi, would you be kind enough to put 190 back up there, please? Now, this document is off of your computer, is that right? The document on the screen,
Yeah,
is
that's
that
correct.
printed off your computer?
Right.
And when you prepare an email, when you're going to compose an email, when you begin the address bar, if you put in the first few letters, does the computer help you by spelling out the name and giving the email address?
Yes.
So the fact that the address is spelled correctly on the address portion of an email may suggest that the address was copied correctly into the computer's address book at some point, right? Well,
Whether it would be the first or subsequent time you use it. If it's the first time, you'd just be doing it from whatever source. If it's subsequent, then the computer would do it.
well, you're understood. Mr. Patricia, you're not telling us that this is the first email that you ever exchanged with Ms. Clarkson, are you?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And once someone receives an email, they can just copy the address into their address book, right?
I think I see. I'm going to overrule the objection. You may answer, if you're aware.
I don't remember if that program did that back then, to be honest with you.
But you know clearly that it does it now, that...
Objection relevancy now doesn't matter.
All right, it does matter. In addition to the emails that Mr. Dixon showed you, Your Honor, I have an additional group of emails that I'd like to mark collectively, and I think there's 4 of them here. And this is 25056, 25057, 25058, 25059, and 22644.
That's collectively U11.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I just go ahead and use the, showing you, the first, this is another email that looks like it was sent from Ms. Clarkson to you, is that right?
Correct.
And in there, she's still trying, in the second paragraph, to hook up with you to get you to help her with her showcase and maybe references, is that right?
Yes.
And invite you to come down to the canal to her place, or she'll meet you at your place, right?
Correct.
And next page from the same series of emails.
This, guys, is what oh, wait, shoot. Hang on. Well, this is what I was trying to explain earlier. See where all that yellow is over Florida? That is where I live. I live right there. Not in the Gulf. I live there. So, that's my 4th of July, guys. Wet. Yay!
April, another email to you from Ms. Clarkson's address. Enjoyed spending time with you. Again, in the second paragraph, trying to get you to help her with the email, right?
with the show, please.
Yes.
Again, we have another email from Miss Clarkson to you. Again, she's referring to the business. Apparently, you and she had discussed some sort of audition, but looks like she considered herself to be too old for it based on the first sentence.
Correct.
And that can be a problem, particularly in television. Is that right?
Yes.
And the second paragraph, referring to leads, that's potential jobs, right? Leads, in this context.
To me, it looks like leads for management, introductions, agents, casting directors.
The event where I had Mr. Dixon Nolan, and I underlined that where it says Hirschfeld there. Do you know Mark Hirschfeld?
I've met him once before, I believe. Twice.
You know, he is an executive in the entertainment industry, is he not?
I believe so.
And in that particular letter, she's using him as a reference to, or as someone, an acquaintance in the business that might assist her in getting some sort of placement, right?
Yeah, it looks like she's referencing him and someone else.
Finally, this looks like, actually, this one doesn't have the correct spelling, and it has an incorrect date, but did you inherit a lot of money now, man? This is hello, you handsome and well-endowed man, so I'm assuming that's referring to your finances. And she's inviting you to participate with her in some show referencing kind of a personal relationship, would you say?
Yes, it seems that way.
Seems so. Hugs and kisses. Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Recross?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right. Subject to recall, your excuse. Thank you for being here. You may step down. Do you want to go another few minutes with Dr. Bowden?
Sure, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, we are done for today because Bill wants me to go lay down with her. I don't know if it's the weather freaking her out or if she just wants her mom. Y'all pray for Bill. I don't know. Like, she doesn't act like she's sick, but she's different. I don't know how to explain it. She's very clingy. She wants me near her all the time now. And she doesn't want to go outside unless I go with her. And a while ago, I thought she had to go outside, and I grabbed her leash to take her outside because she won't just go out with me anymore. I have to put her on the leash and walk out with her. And she ran the other way when I got the leash out because that's not what she wanted. She wanted me to go lay down in bed with her. So she ran and went and got in the bed, and I went in there and got in bed with her, and she laid there and let me cuddle up next to her and pet her and everything. So that's what she's wanting, is for me to go lay down with her. I don't know what's going on. But I just, pets know, like animals know. And so now I'm really worried about her. So if you guys could spare a prayer for my baby. Okay, guys, I will be back in the morning at 8. And tomorrow's Wednesday. So we have Wednesday and Thursday. Hopefully we'll get done with, I think we're going to get done with Baden. I'm not going to promise. But I think we'll be done with Baden by the end of the week. Friday is a holiday. I won't be streaming. We're going to the movies with the kids, Travis's kids. They're taking us for Travis's birthday. Going to see the new Jurassic World movie. And then Saturday we were going to go to Orlando, but I think we're getting rained out. So I will see you guys in the morning at 8 o'clock for more Phil Spector. And remember, be kind to people, love your family. Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Have a good evening. Love y'all.